Right then. What have we got going on out here? Oh, that's why they're not coming. It's apparently because I had failed to unpause. Well, there is usually a reason after all. It's funny because their what order they were going to do things in was changing. Weird. Alright. Is this enough water? No, it's not quite enough water. Are there still errands here? No, we don't have any clean water that we can currently access. There's some mopping there that could be done. I'm not sure that's strictly going to be enough to be worthwhile, but we will note it. What have we got in here? Well, I guess we'll be having some curative tablets, because we don't need any of them. Frankly. There's also this water here. If we dig it out this side, then it won't be able to flow down in here, out the way. There's apparently some clean water up here. Why? I couldn't tell you. But there is. What's going on in here? Oh, did some of you rot? I assume that was what it was. Somebody rotted, and we never went to fetch the meat because we don't care about it. There's to be a surprising amount of liquid carbon dioxide up there, considering we're wearing suits all the time. There's much strangeness today. Let me refresh this chat again. How are we doing with stability? I see. We're not having anything that resembles stability. Reasonable. Wow. Looks like you're quite a long way behind there. Hopefully stability will come. As you say, I'm changing the internet tomorrow, so if nothing else, I will have hopefully fixed this problem by tomorrow. Which, you know, is I suppose something I could do. Maybe I'll do a random stream over the weekend to give it a test. The answer to that is I probably won't, but it's always possible. It's a lot of water. Careful, it will clog the valve. What, in here? Why is it going to clog the valve? Odd. Also, welcome in. It's good to see you. Hope you're having a lovely day. Oh, life's complicated. How are you doing? Lovely. Mopping. That's what we like to see. Let's sort that out. Some mopping here. Let's have a little look in here. Ah, look, they're finally building some stuff. Excellent. Now, I'm going to want them to build... We're going to build a hand sanitizer, and then we're going to immediately disable it. I mean, it will take a while for it to turn to steam. That is definitely true, but otherwise it will be fine. This is my usual way for shoving the gases out of that building. I don't necessarily look to produce the power out of the steam turbine very quickly. I am prepared to wait. But it'll take a little while. Now, speaking of waiting, we're going to have to hang out here and keep an eye on this. Because as soon as they build it, we need to disable it. Because otherwise, they will immediately... what is your temperature like, buddy bud? Up to 40? What's the air temperature like in here? It's a vacuum. Stuff isn't that hot. Maybe. Maybe. I think I'm gonna... No, let's take the very straightforward thing and put a joyous seed in it. When it is above a kilo, you can't use the turbine. Yeah, it's not going to be above a kilo. Disable. Do not bring any stuff. Yeah, it's not going to be above a kilo. I'll show you what we're going to do in a second. If I ground this, I wonder if that means that nobody will come and turn it off. No, Abe is coming to turn it off. Excellent. Good. Well done, Abe. So the point of that is that this is now a washroom. Despite the fact that nobody can actually wash their hands. We have a barracks. We have a mess hall. It's not really possible to make it into a great hall. There just isn't really the space. I think I have seen a couple of insane builds that tried to do it. So what we're going to do is we are going to brick this bit up. We can start doing that actually. There's a couple of bits where we could do that. In fact, we could probably do it all the way along. And then we won't need much more. Do I have plans for the CO2? I do. So the rocketry plans for the CO2 are not currently working properly because my gas construction is currently a bit wrong. I need to look at it and work out where it's broken. I think the answer is it's broken here. I think there should be a bridge here. We're gonna make a what's the word? A powerless valve out of a little loop, which will allow. Let me check what this does. Any oxygen to go through this setup feeds suit docks, but we obviously won't be using that in the short term. And there'll be a vent up here, and then because only the oxygen can go through this bit, any other gases will get siphoned round and chucked out there. So that is my plan for the CO2. My plan is to use this pump. We could, in fact, use a smaller pump. We could use the mini pump, probably, and it would be fine. But we're not using that yet. You're waiting, algae. I don't really want anybody to actually fill you up yet. We'll need a bin for that algae. So yes, that's my plan for the CO2. But this rocket design is very easy to... What's the word? Very easy to refit to be a 3-person rocket for going to dig stuff up, essentially. So you can fit the suit docks in here. Then your only problem is that if you run out of power for any reason, you have to switch out the rocket control station for a wheel. So there's that. But otherwise it's all good. But in general, am I going to move this? I think I'm probably not. We could move it along just so we could fit a wheel if we need to, but this one will just be going into space, so the solar panels will be plenty, I believe. What do you take? You are 120, 360, 420. We won't power that probably. Let's have a quick look at the rocket. These are what, 60s? What's their maximum wattage? It's like 60, right? You're not going to show me because you hate me. Hello, Zothras. No automation to see if there is CO2 on the ground. No. Abod, I'm just going to assume that there is and keep pumping. Yeah, so these are like 60, 120, 240, 360. We'd need some more. So that's the thing we can do. We need some more solar panels. And then the other thing we need to do is we need to start setting up the things for pumping stuff in. Where are they? Oh, they're in their various things, aren't they? So ventilation, down here we should have a gas rocket port loader. Lovely. That's is that exactly where you should be? Who knows? Can you go there? Oh, if you can go there, then you probably should go there, I assume. You will need some ground under you, but that's fine. And the other one we would like is some plumbing. Liquid pocket rocket port loader. Right. What tiles can we build under it that we won't melt? I guess they need to be... Oh, we could just build some obsidian tiles. That would be fine. What did I build these out of? Lead. Do you melt? Sort of feels like you might melt. We'll build you out of lead for now. The steam rocket gives out 230 watts for free. This is true, Abod. Well remembered. Yes, so it probably don't matter. Well, we're building one now anyway. Oh, we can't reach it, so we will remove that module. Have you gone insane? Remove that module. Cancel build. There you go. Let's sorted that out. Excellent. This I would like you to fill up with... We'll put it on a 6. Algae. I'm pretty sure access restricted means they can fill it, they just can't empty it. And we need to put a bunch of plastic in here so that we can actually do the research. Other things we need to put in here are... I would like you to find any muckroot or nutrient bars that we have. We don't have any swamp chard heart over here. But if we have any muckroot or nutrient bars, that would be lovely. This one is industrial ingredients. No. Manufactured materials. Plastics. Cheers. Right. We'll leave them to sort that out. You need to... Let's have a little bit of decor. We can't reach up there, I think, to build that. That is going to be an issue. Let's deconstruct the wall toilet. That's the easiest way to do it. There's no room for decor there, but there is one piece of room for some decor there. Remember that there is the achievement to keep people happy in space, so I doubt we have anywhere near enough food to keep someone in space for long enough. But we could give it a go. getting that one. Now, in fact, let's cancel that. While it's fitted out like this, we could put another pretty thing here. Save us the work. Alright then, furniture, we are going to put a corner moulding up here. And we're going to use a high pressure vent. And the reason we're going to use a high pressure vent on the back of this whole system is because we need this to run. If this bit gets blocked up, this is just going to push oxygen out, and that is not what we want to happen. So we have to always be able to make sure the oxygen can go through and come out here, so that we only wind up shunting the gases we don't want, which should only be carbon dioxide. Why not all carpet tiles? Movement speed, I guess. There's not really a very good reason, I would say. That would be what I would say to that. There is not a very good reason. The other thing I was thinking about last night while I was fiddling with my setup and thinking about this save is we do have this here. And we do have this down here. And it seems that those two things could be readily combined to make a petroleum boiler. And I do have this here thing for a petroleum boiler, which we could put around it. Thus having a petroleum boiler. Does appear to eat into my fish, which isn't super ideal, I have to say. I don't really want to have to move the fish. But it may be required. We could probably just make it not straight. Let me put that down just for a second. So what I was thinking is where it's double layered here, because it's a petroleum boiler and this is a volcano, we could just double layer it here instead, so that we don't have to move the fish, frankly. Let's cancel all of that for now. But yes, that might be a thing. Right then, let's get this bit done. It's a minor volcano, a bod. So, hence the slightly... I mean, we do have access to... If I look at my blueprint, this is a gold blueprint, I think. We have access to aluminium, so we could potentially make it a little bit shorter. Have a few less steps. I'd have to check, but I think if it's aluminium, we don't need quite this many steps. Hello, Nemetrek. Ahoy to you. I hope that you are having a good Friday. Let me take some glass. My second screen's crashed out again, but we can fix that. Oh, how I look forward to having an internet that's not rubbish. It's going to be such a joy. I hope. It better be a joy. I am done with this nonsense. Frankly. Will it support 10 kilos a second? It will support 10 kilos a second. Yeah, they are designed to sort out 10 kilos a second. So it should be good. But I will, as I say, I'll check it out because I think we can build an aluminium one and just make it take up a bit less space. Not that we're really short of space, but might be fine. Don't forget the conduction plate for the Robo-Miner. And get rid of the annoying metal plate thing. That is a very interesting thought. Oh, speaking of conduction plates, this pip apparently is just going to stay here forever and hug all the Pacu eggs. There are so many eggs in there that the pip has become stuck in a endless parade of hugging eggs. So, there you go. That's a thing that is going on. This seems like quite a good place to put the a little aquatuna box to do the aquatuna. What's the other thing that you need to put in? Tepidizer, steam turbine, make the steam. How are we doing in here? This bit's built. Let's get that deconstructed. Death by Snoo Snoo. I mean Hug Hug. Possibly Koopy. I mean, the problem is that it's the pip itself that's gonna die to the... What do you mean I don't have a Buddy Bud available? I mean, that's not true, is it? Someone will bring one in the end. The problem is that I don't have... Yeah, that the pip itself has just trapped itself in there, so it feels cramped, so it won't ever lay an egg. Which is, you know, slightly disappointing, but, I mean, it's its own fault. It doesn't have to be trapped in there. Right. Oh, I know what we're missing. Of course. Sorry, I was desperately trying to work out how this was supposed to work. But I know how this is supposed to work. It's supposed to work with this. What do you mean I can't fit it in there? Oh, I know why I can't fit it in there. Sorry. Extinction by Hug Hug, yes. I mean, we have some other pips, so, I mean, there is that, but... It's not strictly ideal. I was looking at that loop being like, how does this loop work? What is it supposed to look like? But actually I know what it's supposed to look like. Get that out of the way for me. No, you won't let me build it, will you? Because there was something there when we loaded this screen. So it comes in, it goes around, it tries to go round and round and round. If it can't go round and round and round, it comes out here. Yes. No, that's fine. That is fine. That is what I want it to do. So, let's have a quick look at the outside. We need to find a way to run some oxygen and some water up here. So those are things on our list of stuff to do. And we also need power. No, I mean, we have power. Power we can do. What do you melt at, copper? Are you gonna melt? You're probably gonna melt at some point, aren't you? I've had a thought. Where's the achievements? You know this one where we have to overload a heavy watt wire? Oh, it does say with 50 kilowatts. Alright. I was wondering whether we could cheat it. And we could just put like a heavy watt wire in a heavy watt conductive wire in a regular wire system. And then just wait for it to be the one that burns out. I wonder if I've made the suits for this. It's hard to know. Maybe. There's only one lying around there. So I don't know about that. Right, you come over here. Speaking of power, let's do some power. Excellent. Right. Well, there is this power line here. I mean, it's not very helpful. We need transformers, but I haven't really left enough room for transformers. I could put a transformer tower in here, to be fair. We might do that. We might run this cable, if you have a look at this, we might run this cable like across here and like down, and we can just set up a bunch of transformer towers. I was going to put a ladder system there, but now I think I might not bother, to be honest. Because I was going to put an exit over this side, but we don't strictly need one. We can get enough suits in here. So we could do without it. So we might do it that way. Right. Properties. Melting point 1083. I mean, that's not very good, is it? I think it's going to be a bit hot by here for you to be melting at 1083. Let's use some steel. It shouldn't come out too far. We'll put it to like here. Guess we'll need tungsten? Ugh. Maybe. We might need tungsten. I'm going to use some steel for now. There we go. Power supplied. Have we built the thing in here? We have. Right. I want you to change this to 1 gram a second, please. We're doing well for algae. We're not doing well for plastic. No one seems to want to bring the plastic. Oh, that's not the button I wanted. Rocket oxidizer. Huh, interesting. Somebody's bringing some. Yeah, this isn't in. We don't need to... We didn't actually need this. I could just run it straight in. Chat. I'm an idiot. I mean, not that that's news to anyone. But, yes. I am, in fact, an idiot. Which is this one? Hello, you. We're about to redirect you. I didn't update you on the latest rockcast shenanigans. My computer crashed and I went to bed. I mean, oh, that's a little bit disappointing, I guess. Right, this is the one that isn't actually feeding any of the suit docks. So this is the one that is going to be reasonable for us to bring up here. I don't think I need to make it out of ceramic. And we're going to do that with it. That with it? No, it's the other side, is it? No, it's the other side. Idiot. Is this reachable? It is. Yeah, don't worry about that. Right, you. In here. View interior. Ah, this always confuses me, you see. This gets me every time. So then the oxygen comes this way. Oh, it's going to be super hot. That's not okay. The oxygen's going to be really hot. We don't want really hot oxygen. We don't want the rocket to be really hot. What can we do about this being really hot? I just want to cool like this bit. I mean, it is very cold here. I wonder if we, there's not much atmosphere though. Do you reckon if we switch it over to granite, it won't be that hot by the time it gets here? Yeah, I know. Give me a minute. We're gonna try. I'm gonna switch it to granite, like once it gets out here into space. Finish the eruption. Turns out magma blades are supposed to be 10 to 11 along, not 11 to 12. But 10 to 11 pour in magma too fast. Yeah, but the problem with blades, isn't it, is that you can't have them longer. If I understand correctly, the problem with blades is that you can't actually set them longer than 9 to 10 because the magma doesn't flow to the end then, if I understand correctly. I'm not sure it will ever flow that way, will it? I don't think so. I don't think it can. Oh, we just turn this round. That's what we do. When we want to fill the rocket up, we just turn this the other way. You have to be careful about how much gas we let out. But we can do that. We don't desperately need to do this. We could just fill it with the diffuser. But it seems, I'm going to want it later for when we want to power up suits, because you don't want to do that with a diffuser. So it seems an ideal opportunity to put it in, is my point here. We didn't need either of these, though, noticeably, because we can just plug the things we need into the rocket directly. What we do need is some clean water. We could use the overflow of this, but it's going to take forever. Is the slight issue we have there. We also don't want to use that because it's hot. Ideally, we don't want to use hot water all the time. How are we getting on here? I mean, I could open that, but then... What if we opened this one? Oh, the other thing I was wondering is, do we actually have any, we have some nutrient bars, a whole 800 calories, that's gonna not last us very long. I wonder if we had any muckroot. Do we have any muckroot in here? Oh, we have 26 kilos of muckroot. Oh, that should do alright then. That should do alright. Yet more glass seems fine. I'm gonna have to have an investigate at some point about whether we have enough suits. Because I don't actually know if we have enough suits currently. Right. Cool water. Where can I get some? I mean, there's sort of little bits lying around. There's not really sufficient. And I don't have a clean water source. Really? Guess I'm just gonna use some of this. If I get you to mop that, we can just run some water up here. It's a bit of a long way, but we'll get rid of it again later. We could also, while we're doing it, we could plug it into this to make sure this fills. Get that polluted oxygen and that chlorine out of there. I can do that. Right. I'd sort of like to clear this, steal this conductive wire, but I'm not sure that's actually a goer. Plumbing. We could do it here. That'll be fine. We can steal power, and then we just need plumbing. Plumbing. How hot is it in general on my map? It is pretty warm. It's only warm though. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal. Sure. Why don't we fix this first? And then we'll worry about the other things. And the most annoying part is I have the part that handles rock gas down. It's the part that handles the magma that's broken. But that is the, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Part of the challenge, isn't it? You not only have to handle the rock gas, you do have to handle the heat that you've created. I have to build some things here. Get over there, frankly. Excellent. Right, that is replaced, which means that we can add some power in like that. The new part is functioning. Well, the tried and true design is breaking. Yeah, because it's tried and true for not what you're doing with it. So I'm sort of not surprised that you're struggling a little bit with that. Because you are using it for something for which it is not designed. Yeah, we can dig all of these out without building another row. I do love digging out an oil biome. It gives me endless satisfaction. You know, another thing I might want to attempt at some point in this run. I might want to attempt geothermal again. never really got it working, and I would like to. I built one kind of rubbishy one on an on a off-stream save once, but it was kind of rubbishy. It must be said. Right, I don't want to dig out these slime bits. As of yet. Wait on the slime bits, thanks. Oh, there's also water up there, which we also don't want to dig out at this moment. I'll have to think about how we deal with those in the future. Yeah, that bit can come off. I don't think I care about the uranium. This is chlorine though, which I do care about. That also I don't initially want in my oil biome. We might decide it's not a bother later on. But for now, I would like it to not be here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright, we are going to have one of these. Cancel. Thank you. This. Is this moving yet? No. There's no water coming up yet. Okay. We'll leave you to get on with that. And I'll continue planning out the destruction of an oil biome. Because I don't see why I shouldn't have a good time. It's all fine. You can get there. Excellent. Now this one, there's nothing random in here, which makes a nice change. So this we can just very straightforwardly get dug out. Cool. Alright, how we get on with this? You still don't have power, so you're not doing anything yet. That does not seem worth building another layer for, when I can just do that. This one, on the other hand, probably is going to want one. Where's the top? Here? Anything we don't want to release up here? Now this one looks alright. This doesn't look like it's got anything random. Bit more iron ore and phosphorus than one might expect, but it's not really the end of the world. Cool. Alright. We should shortly have a nice clean oil biome. Are we ever going to do this? Maybe one day. Alright. I suppose I will accept maybe one day as the answer. It being the only answer we have. What was I thinking? Oh, I know what I was thinking about. I was thinking that no, I don't want the summary, actually. Though, how am I doing on finely tuned machine? 90. We've gone up from 80 when the stream started, so we are slowly getting somewhere. But apparently we have been live for an hour. I feel I haven't done very much in an hour. Hopefully that will improve. Power usage. So we generated... We only generated 417 kilowatts from manual generators. And we wasted way more than that. Which suggests to me that I can, in fact, put in a transformer tower. Hello, Emily. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Your Friday is everything that you might like it to be. Right. You there. You're coming over here, matey. And, yeah, that's all fine. Whatever. Dig all of that out while you do it. We got this going yet? Steve? Steve. What are you even doing? Steve? Oh, I've just realised who I keep reminding myself of when I do that. And it's Ursa Ryan. I keep reminding myself of that bit where he's really upset with the spy. I don't know if you watch any Ursa Ryan on YouTube who does Civ 6 videos, but he does entertain me. Alright, that's those bits built. What's next? Next is Aquatuner box, right, come here, Tepidizer, Aquatuner, steam turbine. Which, I don't know, over here somewhere? Is there any real reason that we're not just building it by here? I think we'll probably just build it by here, to be honest. By here? Lordy. Apparently my Welsh heritage is showing itself through. Happy St. Patrick's Day to all of you who pretend to be Irish for this particular day of the year. I hope that you have a good one. I have too many points, Arizia. That is sad times. Thank you for spending them here. I hope you're having a good day. Can we... I'll make these like a 1. Cheers. We seem to be a bit short of steel. Can we make some more? No, we don't have any lime. Alright, look. It's time we built some more of this industrial area, frankly. We'll wind up moving some of that stuff around, but I want to move one of these over, like, there? Sure. There we go. Right. Is this moving? We're putting water in here? No? Oh. I see. I see. That's why not. Alright. How are things going? Things are going fine. Thank you, Azothrus. Not... Now, I pretend to be Irish the rest of the year as well. Fair enough. I am, in fact, 1/8 Irish, which is exactly enough Irish to be no use to anyone, because it does not allow me to claim an EU passport. Were I one generation closer, I would be able to have my EU passport, but no. 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, that's not going to work, is it? I need more things than that for the, steam turbine. Don't do that. I think I might lift this up one. We're in the same boat. That is very disappointing. The EU passport would have allowed me a much more affordable higher education opportunity. That's pretty disappointing, Zorthrus. It would allow my partner and I quite a bit more freedom of movement. That would be the main thing. I mean, most places that it would allow me to get into, they could just marry me and we could go if we desperately wanted to. Though noticeably, of course, not the place that they're from, considering they're Italian, and, you know, they're even more backwards than we are. So, I would not be able to get in to Italy. Not that either of us are in a particular hurry to move there, but, you know, it's noticeable. So I need to groom a Shinebug, a Puff, a Shovel. I'm not grooming a Shovel here. We're going to build a little... We'll build a little Shovel grooming facility up there. So we can make one of these tame. But yeah. Being just not Irish enough is a bit aggravating, I have to say. I think you should be allowed to stack 1/8 Irish relatives to claim the passport. That would be quite cool. My sister-in-law can actually claim the passport, which is annoying. Also my parents could, but they're too lazy to actually do it. Not that that would help me at all. Well, my parents. My father could. My mother could not. Hence the only being 1/8. Because obviously if they could both claim it, then I would definitely be able to claim it. What am I looking for? Not a station. I'm looking for a steam turbine. That's the thing I'm looking for. Hello. Can I maybe see a steam turbine so I can work out where, No. No. Not allowed to work out where I'm allowed to put it. Is there a reason? Oh, I don't have any plastic. Oh, I see. I see. I do have plastic. I'll just put it in the rocket, mostly. Do-do-do. I don't think it really matters. There we go. Chat. When we do this sort of thing, we always, thank you very much for the follow, Avenay. Hope you're having a lovely day. We always use a transformer to get the wires in to particularly the aquatuner, because rather than a joint plate. Is it really necessary? This is my question. Are we actually gonna die if we don't use a... if we use a joint plate on this little system instead? I mean, excuse you, can we actually build this conductive wire? It's been ages, dupes. You gonna be able to reach over there? I don't know. I guess we'll work it out if you can't. Done it? Right. We need to keep an eye on this water. If it's a vacuum outside anyway, it doesn't matter. It's not a true vacuum. There's still gases out here. I mean, hardly any, but they are so far refusing to drift off into the background of space. Got this on double speed as well. Lordy. So yes. Though despite the not being Irish enough, the day is in fact even more annoying for my brother than it is for me, because not only is he not Irish enough, he also, it's his birthday, which obviously gets completely swallowed in St. Patrick's stuff, despite the, you know, not living in Ireland. Which one would have thought made a difference to this state of affairs, but no, apparently not. We sort of need to, we can do it here. We'll do it there. That way we can bring it out somewhere. What's St. Patrick's like in the UK? Here in the US, it's just an excuse to be a fool. Adults get to drink, kids get to pinch each other. Kids don't get to do anything here. Like, we don't care about it enough for that. But, it is, in general, a drinking day. You didn't even know about St. Patrick's Day until just now. A patron saint of Ireland, weirdly celebrated, particularly in America, and also here, despite, you know, being Irish. And us mostly being their oppressors rather than anything else, but, you know, appropriating is obviously what the British do best. And by British, I mean English, obviously. Not that the Irish can really complain, considering that St. Patrick is, in fact, a Welshman. Which I suppose is moderately better than... What do you mean you're over-pressurised? Oh, is it just because we can't move this? Come here. Right, okay. If that's the case, we need to do some things. If this is overpressurised, there's some stuff that needs to happen. What better to appropriate than a holiday around drinking? I mean, it's very in keeping, I would say. Certainly, you know... on, I don't know what I'm trying to say. On brand, I guess. Oh, one day they'll build that. Who knows when? One day. Right. Sweep that up, please. Let's build a tile here. Ah, you've done it! You've worked your nonsense out. Amazing. Right. There we go then. What actually is Boxing Day? Boxing Day is the day after Christmas Day. There are a couple of things that I've heard about why it's Boxing Day. One is that literally it was a public holiday on which there was plenty of boxing. But what's the other one? There's one about gifts. Why Boxing Day? I think this one came up before. Yes, the rich used to box up gifts to give to the poor. It was a day off for servants. Yeah, putting things in boxes. So it would also be the day that the servants could go home to give their Christmas boxes to their families. So, why Boxing Day? Feudalism is the answer. Aristocracy. Always. Which is, you know, pretty much anything in the UK. When you ask the question why, the answer is landowning aristocracy, essentially. But yeah, putting things in boxes. My first visit to London overlapped with Boxing Day, and I was surprised to find so much closed down because rich people. Yes, absolutely. Oh yeah. So these days, there are pretty much only 2 holidays that we respect, with actually closing commerce, especially like retail and hospitality commerce, and that is Christmas Day and Boxing Day. Even Easter, which used to be similar, particularly Easter Sunday, doesn't have the same thing anymore. But Christmas and Boxing Day, yeah, no, they're still things. Right, you there, I would like you to do some stuff. All of these things. We know about big poke shell moths as well. We know about eggshells, all of this stuff. We have a bin for lime up there. We're going to get a couple of bins for people to put stuff in. But yeah, it's definitely always my answer to a why UK thing. Land owning aristocracy. And obviously those answers are never good. I assume you're not currently a nature reserve anyway? No. We do still have some. We don't have any that are useful. At some point we will actually have to work on making some that are useful once again. But I'll come in due course. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Right then. In here, we're going to put a whole bunch of large power transformers, and we're going to power this base with it. It is worth noting that at some point I'm going to want to build a second base. Maybe we'll build like a space base. That might be exciting. I don't think I've ever built a proper space base. And that could be interesting to do. Alright, have you finished this? Oh, I've put it in the wrong thing again, haven't I? Yes, of course I have. Every time. Not that, thanks. I need you to go over here. I wonder if they can reach any of this. It doesn't seem to show as unreachable, so we'll assume they can. The base near the surface is good, definitely less time consuming to move resources. Oh. Oh, that's fine. There's a tile there, so it doesn't want to do it anyway. Because otherwise we'll overload that. Right. This is going. You can be... are you a raw mineral? I think you are, yes. Fossil. And you can be industrial ingredients, poke shells and poke shells. Also organics, I believe. Eggshells. There we go. And considering that has been made to happen, do you know what also can happen? You can all get wrecked. Thank you. What we will do, however, is we'll probably not put that quite there. Probably put it like here. Lovely. You can also have some bins. You don't have a bin for that. You need one bin for ceramic. iron ore, like the iron goes over there. Oh, I need to put the sweepers up that actually do this work for us, so we don't have to fill things up ourselves. But we'll get onto that in a minute. Excellent. The water is coming. Okay. So, given that there is in fact gas out here, even if it's not very much, do I in fact need to make a transformer? Or can I get away with conductive wire? Oh, I know what I want to see. No, can I get away with heavy watt wire? That's the question I'm asking here. Printables, what do we got? Nothing. Wart seeds for us. And what do we got in terms of metals for this? I mean, copper? Probably copper, to be honest. We probably want to, as much as possible, use copper, because copper is very renewable for us. Yeah, we have a copper volcano here. We have one on the other planet. Much more useful than using gold, which we currently don't have any renewable sources of. Which is sad times, but apparently true right now. Now, considering that we are putting some of these here, a thing that I'm going to want to do is we're going to want to move this about a bit so that we have a little cooling loop that does like this. And we'll just do it down from here. Make our lives easier. There we go. I've got a bunch of stuff that I've left lying around. I haven't been half as ruthless as normal in just constantly deconstructing everything that I have left lying about the place. This can all go, because now there's nothing that powers it, frankly. Right, how are you doing for temperature? Oh, lovely. You get chilly very quickly. Well, that's what we wanted to see. Which means we can connect that up. Yep. Entirely chilly enough. It's weirdly gained some temperature back. I guess it's off the pipes. Oh yeah, yeah, I guess it must be off the pipes. Oh, it didn't last very long. View the interior. Oh, I know why. I know why it didn't last very long. It's because there's nowhere really for it to go. It should be able to come like here. Yeah, it does have oxygen in it here. Deconstruct. We want this filled with oxygen, so that's fine. We will, we'll just turn this round and then we can pressurize this place. Right, you know what? I have decided that I just don't care enough about this to not just try and use the heavy watt wire, frankly. If this explodes and dies, my response is going to be, well, sucks. So, you know, That's how bothered I am. What we will need is it on this? It is. We will need a conduction panel. Seems fine. Hello, Rex. How are you? I hope you're going. I hope everything is going well for you. Right. Let's build some plumbing. This is the in. This is the out. You can connect. You can come here. Then we're going to use Radiant, I guess. Radiant. Do I reckon we need Radiant? Let's cancel that because I have a feeling it's round the wrong way. Can I just use Granite? Oh, I should probably use Radiant. I should probably not be pointless and actually use Radiant piping. For this... I'll probably use Granite for all of this though, because it's going to be inside a thing. We'll use insulated, because actually there's no point using... You vote yes for conduction panel. I mean, we're definitely going to use the conduction panel. I'm not convinced they're fantastically useful, but, you know, I can't... This is not necessarily going to be a permanent facility, so I definitely can't really be bothered to do the whole filling everything with... Liquid pipe thermosensor. Filling everything with hydrogen and faffing around and all of that. It sucks at cooling a steam turbine. Yes, I agree. But I don't think it's the end of the world, essentially. I think we need some more gold, but that's fine, we can make some. They're really nice in the base game for the space clearing robot miners. I stayed up watching Resident Alien the TV show. I know nothing about this. Wrecked. Are you shattered now? Do you regret it? These, I guess, are my interests here. I can't wait to see how the new space defensives works. They look kind of bonkers, I have to say. Gold. Which one of these is supposed to do gold? What are you storing there? Gold amalgam? You're supposed to do gold. Can you make me some gold? Thank you. I am in need of some. Don't... Oh, have you been dropping slime, Puffed? Rubbish. Let's deconstruct that. Oh, right, in here. Rocket. What's overheated? A liquid reservoir. And we'll go and check what that is in a minute. I think there's probably only one liquid reservoir that might have overheated. We'll go and see it shortly. Let's turn that around for a minute. What are you made of? You are made of igneous. Fine. We will have to keep a little eye on the pressure in here. Because we don't want to overpressurize it too much and pop Dupe's eardrums. Excellent. Oh, you disable. I don't want you on. You don't need to be on. Thanks. Oh, is this the bit where we can do... I think we've talked about this before. Green signal restrict access to interior buildings. That's an input. That's no good. We need an output. What does an output that we can fix this up to? How about the rocket platform? Send a green signal when a rocket is on the platform. That seems fine. We can use this. We'll have to make this automation wire out of steel, though. Otherwise, it's gonna melt. Can we send this into the rocket? I guess we can't. That's kind of annoying. I want to send it into the rocket. But I don't think it works that way. Oh, it's already super overpressurized. Thank you, cease and desist. Yes. Alright, we're gonna have some popped eardrums problems, but it should be fine. What is overheating here? This liquid reservoir? Really? Oh, I've made a tactical error. I haven't attempted to cool my sodding steam turbines in any way. Well, that's a mistake, frankly. That is most certainly a mistake. I'd like to do it with this one. You have said easy solution. I assume this is probably to the automation problem. So I await instructions. We're gonna have to go sort of over and back. I mean, that's fine. We can do that. If we come through like this way... It's going to be a bit of a pain in the backside, but we could do... I probably don't want this to... Yeah, maybe if we do it twice, it'll be fine. We might have to switch this out for... insulated. Excuse me 1 second. We'll sever that. We are going to put some bridges in. Oh, to cooling the steam turbine? Yeah, we're just going to extend the cooling loops so that they cover the steam problem. The problem is that there was a really easy way. I remember this being a thing. To... fit up some automation so that we can turn the pump in the rocket off when it's on the ground. But I now can't remember how that was done. There you go. I got there. I had to consider, and I worked it out. I spot a problem here. How am I going to do that bit? Ah, the star map sensor. That was it. I vaguely remember this. I mean, I have a solution. That solution is I'm just going to move the glass forge at some point. Frankly. Right, we'll leave them to get on with that. All of this should be fine, shouldn't cause them a huge problem. Rocketry. Come here. Are you in rocketry? Rocket interior only. Oh, that's not the rocket interior. Star map location sensor sends a green signal at the chosen star map locations and a red signal everywhere else. We do have to find somewhere to put it. I could put it up here. We can say that we don't care about things being pretty. I see. Oh, I don't actually want this deconstructed. I just want it disabled. But we can do it this way. Something is residing in my sinus and giving me a ton of grief this week. Chthonic One, welcome in, and indeed welcome to my world, where such a thing happens all the time. What is the settings errand that I am doing on the crown moulding? Why can I disable a crown moulding? I still don't want to deconstruct this. I want to disable it. If I cared about things being pretty, I'd use the thing. Oh, look, you're pumping the air out now, aren't you? How are you pumping the air out? Why are you pumping the air? Oh, because this is turned the wrong way around. God damn it. See, this is the whole reason why you're not supposed to be on. Can we get someone to actually come and do this? Toggling is like the most important errand. I use carpets as linings for my, oh, disconnect. Woo indeed. Good woo. I sort of thought that would work. I probably have a solution though. Oh, well that's interesting. That's not what I expected to happen. There you go. Get out. Get out. You can get out of there as well. Let's put the oxygen back where it is supposed to be. Alright, you're supposed to be there. We need to do some other disconnects now. You're not supposed to be connected. You are supposed to be connected. And that, in fact, is completely fine. Right, this has been turned off. Amazing. Right, so we can reconnect that. This is gone. Automation. Automation? Rockets. I'd like to point out that this is also clearly an automation and not a rocket. See, this is an automation. Oh, I think I need a NOT gate in here. Which is fine. What have I made that out of? Lead. Excellent. Yeah, that's fine. NOT gate. Really? I'm sort of surprised you won't let me do that. You'll let me sever all the other ones that I'm building. Oh, that destroyed the NOT gate. That wasn't what I wanted. Where's my NOT gate? New eruption. The standard volcano temple module is working now that I actually built it correctly. I mean, that can be a problem, certainly. Alright, we got some printables. Let's see who we've got. Oh, some ethanol. Lovely. I mean, we're taking the ethanol because we don't want any of these. We haven't seen a good dupe for ages. We had that little bit where we took, like, Not Quite Nora and Almost Emily, where we kept getting really good dupes. We had a whole little bit of that. Oh, Nora. Look at Nora. Nora can go outside. But since we took Nora, we haven't had a good dupe to speak of. It must be said. I could make Ashcan a better doctor, but I'm not necessarily super excited to do that. I spoke too soon. Oh well. I'm curious how this new defense system will affect base game colonies. It sounds promising, but of course it would. I mean, I think mostly it sounds cool. I sort of suspect that it might be pointless. I would say. Sounds cool, have a sneaking suspicion that you're going to be better off using the old ways all the time. But we'll see. Maybe I'll be wrong. But that is definitely my suspicion about how this is going to go. It lets you protect your space scanners without blocking them with a bunker door. I mean, yes, theoretically, but I will believe it when I see it. It might be cool. As I say, I'm just not entirely convinced. Also, if it's anything like as difficult to use as the Dream Machine, then that's not going to be very worthwhile. Frankly. Right. I am afraid, Nora, that you can no longer hide in the safety of the gym. It is time for you to venture into the outside world with everyone else. Let's look at this interior. We built these? No. I suppose we might build them at some point. We built this though. Which should be fine, because there's nothing really for it to go into here. Because this pipe is supposed to run to the suit docks, but obviously we're not putting suit docks in this, because we're just going to send whoever it is. I can't remember what the dupe's name is that we're going to send. Who are we going to send? We're going to send Camille. That's it. So we're just going to send Camille up. So we don't really care about suits. We've got a fair bit of food. We should be able to get the Morale in Space achievement, I think. Because we did also give Camille Sunny Disposition. So that should mean that they don't generate too much stress or anything. Excellent. Right, can we deconstruct all of this? No. No, we can't. That's fair. Let's try again. Let's deconstruct all of this. The story trait sounds like something else, which I'm doubtful integrates into the game well. It's on dormancy, and since it's steamed up, that gives me time to put in an oil liquid lock instead of a water one. Why the hell were you using a water one, Nematrak? I have to say that doesn't sound like the best idea you ever had. That sounds like asking for trouble. frankly. Come here, you. Do. Because it was the water I had added to the steam. I see. I have a hard time imagining that even the critter fluxomatic is more efficient since you have to find it first. It depends what you want to change stuff into, I think I would say. The critter fluxomatic is fine. It just doesn't necessarily do the things I care about, but that doesn't mean it's not fine. Do I want you to have some automation? I suppose I might. We'll build some. I'm feeling generous. Here we go. You can have an automation wire. You also need an automation wire there. We need to do some sweeping. Lovely. Then we are gonna put in... Oh, in fact, we're not gonna do that at all. Why would we do that? We are, in fact... Oh, you can't get to it. You'll be able to get to it in the end. We are just gonna put in a... liquid vent like here. Yeah, seems excellent. I was thinking we'd do like some complicated malarkey to pump the water up, but obviously actually we're just going to use this water that we've got hanging around here. Jorge is just an additional quest. I mean, yes, he's quite cool though. You have to admit, he's kind of cool. Kind of cool, yeah. I mean, sometimes that's all you can ask for in this life. I think I'll probably try and use clean water for the what's it as well. Is this conduction panel only cooling experiment? Yes, it is the only cooling. This is a temporary facility, hopefully. I think I'll make rad rockets. It occurs to me that this is not going to work in the long term. I need another way of getting it in. I also need a pump to get the steam out again. I've forgotten what, in fact, I was building in here. Right. Do we need it to be steel? Yes. Yes, we do. That is fine. Thinking about how we're gonna do the thing. How much ceramic have we got? I'm gonna want to build a petroleum boiler though, aren't I? And they're just gonna break anyway, so. How are we getting on in here? Dupes? I think it's sort of done. you're sending a red signal because... Oh, I can select in space. Huh. I think I want to select that. You're disabled by automation grid, which means we can turn you back on. Now. Oh, does the diffuser have a thing as well? Because we could do the same with the diffuser. I mean, it shouldn't come on anyway, because it should be overpressurized. So that's probably fine. But I think we'll do the same with the diffuser as well, because why not? It seems like a good shout to me. But we'll also enable this anyway, because, as I say, it's overpressurized, so it should be fine. Should is doing a lot of work in these sentences, I know. Almost all machines have an automation point these days. Even kilns have an automation point. That would be amazing. Right then. So, we're going to want to pump steam out of here. We're also going to be able to want to put more water into here so that we can create more steam. So... Nah. So, we're going to have a couple of things change here. We're going to move this here. We're going to deconstruct these pipes. We're going to move this actually up one. Oh, then it's going to be in the way of where I want to put the automation. Hang on. Yeah, no, that's not going to work. Change my mind. More water, more steam, more heat, more power. That's sort of the idea. How are you doing in here? Right, you're just gonna make this. Send a green signal if it's below like 40. I mean, yes, you can be on if you want, it's fine. How's the atmosphere doing up here? There is still an atmosphere here, so we are going to have to put a reasonable amount of water in things. Right, this is now full, so we can get them to build this. Before you build that, if you could build those two. You sort of can't, can you? Yeah, you can. Right. What we can do is we can get you to not build these ones immediately, and you should be able to get in and do that. Right, so we need to make up our mind about what we're doing with this. How are we going to automate this, and how are we going to get extra water in? I mean, the water's over here, so we definitely would like the water to come in, like, this way. Just for, like, ease of use. We want this to go off... Do you want it temperature controlled? I think we will. We could have it pressure controlled, but I don't think we want it pressure controlled. I think we just want it temperature controlled. I could have a pressure control here to control whether this is open. Look, we could put an atmo sensor here and use it to control that. Please sweep up this sandstone. Also, why is there... Oh, it's off the, it's off these, that's fine. I was briefly worried about why there was sandstone up here, but I see why there's sandstone. When feeding hatches your volcano output, remember, hatches don't care about vacuums. None of the critters care about vacuums, do they? It's one of the sort of joys of critters. They do not, in fact, give a monkeys about vacuums. Now, we will need to ensure that there is a thing here. In fact, which we can connect to that later. That's fine. Pacus do, and poke shells. No, poke shells don't. I mean, yes, pacus do, because they have to be in a liquid. So, being not in a liquid and in a vacuum instead is indeed gonna be a slight issue for them. Now, okay, there's still a bit of clean water there, but there's not going to be endless clean water there. So we will need to redirect this fairly rapidly. You don't have any power? Oh, nuts. Right. Quick. Dupes. We need power. Connect it up. It's sort of important that you do this. Puffs don't care about a vacuum. I guess they don't excrete anything if they're in a vacuum. But I'm sure you can keep them in a vacuum. Also, your Pacu won't die if you keep them in a vacuum. Don't puffs fail to fly in a vacuum? It wasn't my understanding? Maybe? Right, so you would send a green signal if the pressure is below, like a kilo is a lot. Say 500 grams. And you are not going to send a green signal unless the temperature... Can we do this? Chat. Not chat. Duplicants. Similar to chat, in that you're a pain in the backside, but not the same. If it is above 120... Come on, Nicola. You can do it. Pip has escaped confinement and found your storage area. Oh dear. Is it one of your giant storage areas? Oh yeah, we might as well. We should do some pip planting in a bit, actually. Because we should try and make some space food. What's up with you? Why don't you have any power? Ah, because this isn't connected. But it sort of could be. Right. Let's do a thing. Cheers. Yeah, I know. None of you got any power all of a sudden. How will you live? You'll live like this. You'll replace all of these things, then you'll have power again. There you go. I'll even build you a bridge. Good news, there's auto sweepers. I mean, I guess it's a way to get the, get the achievement. The one for making your auto sweepers do all the work. Can we... Oh, we can't get in there. one thing we're gonna have to do is break open the top. But, yeah, it's a good way to get the achievement where the, you do more stuff with auto sweepers than with dupes. You see, I sort of knew that was coming. I'm not happy about it, but I did sort of know that was coming. Alright. I could put a ladder part there, but I don't think they can get down off it. They'd need it to be here. I assume we can't build a ladder on top of automation? No. I think someone gifted you a sub earlier this week. That may well be true, Zothrus. It may well have been Nematrek. To be fair, if it was this week, it could have been KJ. The community are very generous and sometimes give me things, which is very kind. And now I even have this, can I point to it? Yes, I think I can. Now I even have this lovely thing here, so that you get your name on the thing. If you give me stuff. Even your follows. Don't have to give me anything that costs you money. My dupes are killing themselves for the salt from the water that boiled in my volcano tamer. Why aren't they in a suit? What do you mean it's unreachable? Tune up for what? Oh, that's why I thought it was called tune up for what? Because the Steam one is called Tune Up for What. So although the one in game is called Finely Tuned Machine, the one on Steam is called Tune Up for What, which I like better, to be fair. Zothrus, thank you so much for paying forward your gift sub to Chthonic One. That's very kind. It's very much appreciated. Thank you for supporting the channel. Congratulations on having your name in the thing. It's new, I can't remember which thing. I think it's this one. I think that should be your name. It's also too small for me to read, considering I am old and a bit blind. So there is that. But thank you so much. It's very much appreciated. You feel exceptionally fancy now. I am glad to hear it. Oh no, I don't want that to be refined carbon. I want this to be coal. But yes, so we've done tuned up for what? Amazing. We'll probably be getting rid of all of these now. I suppose we'll leave them for a minute. Clay. And this I want to be full of ceramic. Which... Alright, you need to help me, chat. I am with Francis John on this. Ceramic is clearly not a raw mineral. We can't dig it out of the ground, we have to manufacture it. It is not a raw mineral. It's probably a manufactured material. I would accept miscellaneous. Clay need to change this. It's been years. It's been literal years. Right then. Now that I've complained about that, we are gonna do a little bit of fussing here so that we can sort this out. Alright. Oh, I'm happy. We got a new achievement today. Also, one that I actually didn't have, because I never ever build those things, so... that also makes it pretty worthwhile to have a whole new achievement. What is this? Oh, these... Why are you breaking? Oh, because the water's too cold. I'm about to set a very silly idea. We're gonna see if this ever gets done. Do you think the things will move, won't they? And then they'll pull the clean water out as well, which isn't what I want. We'll wait and see. I think I know what will happen. We could sever it all the way down. That would make it work. But that seems excessive. Though, you know, now I've thought of it, I'm just like, well, look, if you were all individual bits, I could actually just empty the pipe segments that I want. Alright, now I've discovered a reason why I want the other pliers. Because this would actually mean that I don't have to repress it every time. You can disconnect it from both ends. So there's no white or green and then it won't move. Oh, that makes it easier. Ah, success. What? I've discovered a mutant seed? Oh. That's another thing we need to do. Speaking of which, how is Neo getting on? Neo? I had a feeling you might not finish the sweeping today. How is it going? Seem to have a whole bunch of sweeping. You've done quite a bit. No, you've still got plenty. Still got plenty to keep you occupied. Just stuffing things over there. I'm entertained. Not sure Neo's entertained, but I am entertained. Right, we need that water to get dropped somewhere. I guess it should be in our large pit of water, ideally. Should we do massive geothermal with our large pit of water later on? We've got so much water. We could create just enormous quantities of power from geothermal if we chose. You vote yes to geothermal. There's so many things I need to do. I promise nothing about whether I'm going to do half of them, but we'll see. I mean, the likelihood of anyone actually coming out to do this is quite small because our plumber is actually our cook. And as you can see, Catalina is not very interested in heading out there. Why are you trussed? Does that mean we need you for something? And someone should be fetching you? Yes, it does. There we go then. Turn the core solid. I mean, we could do. What is... Something keeps melting down here. I assume it's ice from up here, but I'm not entirely sure why it keeps melting down there. Right. Liquid, polluted water. I think it's fine. We shouldn't have any germy water. I suppose I need to look, don't I? I'm never gonna know if I've got any germy water. I don't think we've got any germy water. Because I think we've just fed it all to our bristle blossoms. I guess we can pour the clean water in as well. Why don't we set them up for all waters? and allow that to work on both sides. And then sweep this at a high priority. Thank you. Alright. So, we'd like to seal up that side. Oh, I think we've done the inside of the rocket, so something else that we can do. Disabled, disabled, lovely. Something else that we can do is we can build the, what's it? You there. Add a steam engine. Oh, hang on. Right. I guess that's not allowed to be there. We'll move it. Hygiene. You're having a lovely time. Alright. You could also try reversing the polarity of the neutron flow. Maybe that will help solve the problem. I mean, I wouldn't bet on it, but you never know. Are you things marked for, murder? No. I think you should be. You should also be marked for murder. Right then. While I'm thinking about it, let's make a tiny shovel grooming station. What a troll, neutrons don't have polarity. I mean, that is kind of the point. Clues in the name. We are gonna put a grooming station and a drop-off. I know the reference. Yes. I believe so. It's just Ghostbusters, isn't it? Reversing the polarity of the neutron flow? Maybe I'm incorrect. But my understanding was it was Ghostbusters. Flooding? Yes. No, that is flooded. That is kind of by design. Right, we've taken this out. So now we need to work on actually getting some more clean water in it. Which, yeah, this is not necessarily assisting us with. It was first in 1970s Doctor Who? Fair. Definitely sounds like the BBC to have said a load of nonsense that doesn't even make any sense. Right. We might just pour some in, to be honest. Might need to set up some pitcher pumps, but we can probably do that. We will have to turn the clean water off elsewhere. What do we got? Nothing. Nothing at all. Let's take this shine nymph. Let's close this door. This we're going to make shine nymph. We're gonna make a copy of it. We're gonna put it in here. Somebody close that door. In one of the Next Generation movies, I think Data said it as a homage. I remember being at the cinema like with my brother and some friends, and we saw the advert for Star Trek Generations, and we're all very excited by Data saying lock and load. That pleased us no end. Right. 0. Wrangle surplus. And I'm hoping this will result in this getting wrangled and moved into here. No? Oh, they won't wrangle it until it's not a baby. Well, that's fine. They can leave it for now. Right, liquid, water, enable auto bottle 9. Lock and load was a hell of fun in Boston Legal. I mean, Data doing things that was not necessarily out of character, but largely silly, was one of the great joys of Next Gen, I feel. If that wasn't happening, you were probably doing something wrong. Let's build a pitcher pump here, since this can't be trusted. Alright then. Cool. Right, that's deleted. So now, hopefully, we should be able to build the steam engine. I assume, again, it doesn't actually matter what I build this out of? Or is this one a different one, where it's gonna matter? How do we feel? There were many great joys in Next Gen. I enjoyed it a lot, to be fair. It was also such a endearing part of my sort of, I guess, early teens? Now I need to check when Next Gen happened. 1987. There you go, yes. Well, no, not early teens, sort of pre-teens, I guess. Yeah, late childhood to pre-teens. Don't do it, you'll feel old. No, actually it doesn't make me feel particularly old. I remember when I was born. It sort of fits in with my memories of, you know, when I was younger. What was I doing before I got distracted by Next Gen? Oh, we were talking about rocket platforms. Well, I was talking about rocket engines and whether I need to build them out of something sensible. Hello Nora, welcome in. It's good to see you today. Do I need to build a steam engine out of steel, or can I just use lead? I mean, I could just build it and find out, I guess. I mean, the melting point seems lead works. Nah, I thought it might. What is this? You can't get up there. The steam comes out at 200 degrees C, so it's not gonna melt it. Fair. Fair. Right. Let us sort a couple of things out here. You are gonna need to have a redirect. which will allow us to move that into that. You are also going to want redirecting. Not that this matters so much. Are we going to wind up building another row? 1, 2, 3, 4. Probably. Let's build another row. Not going to be able to hop down there, are they? That one should do it, I think. Yes, you don't yet have a gas intake. We're going to work on that. That's fine. That is a thing that will happen in due course. Do we have errands happening here? Wow, not very quickly. What have we just learnt about? No clue, really. Something or other. Let's learn about the GMO machine, since we have created some mutants accidentally. Transit tubes. That's what we've learnt about. We do need to build them at some point. It has to be said. Why isn't this a stable? Oh, I know, because it's not big enough, is it? Minimum 12? Oh, you know what? I believe I can assist you with that problem. Do we actually have anywhere for that ice to go? Not that it matters, because the shovels can't eat it. So, it's not going to cause a huge problem. Ta-da! Alright, people are doing it. Amazing. I can't believe I've got this close to building a rocket. This is as close as I've got to launching a rocket in God knows how long, you know. Because I've been way too lazy to actually get around to launching one. What's this for? Only pips. Well, that's fine then. We don't have to worry about that. It's a surprising amount of carbon dioxide over here. It's just refusing to move over here into the skimmer, is it? Because everyone wants to stand down here in this crappy rec room I built. I'm at 1,000 cycles and I only just finished off collecting space magic. I mean science. You've only just finished collecting the space science? I mean, that is relatively slow, I would say. I am surprised by this news. How long is this gonna take, do we reckon? What are you at? Half. It's gonna take a while. It is in fact gonna take a while. Alright, need to build a new one of these in here. So we can put a shovel in and do a thing with it. Tame it. That's the thing we want to do with it. I mean, want is a big word there. That is the thing we're going to do with it. No, I don't want to be able to put some nymphs in here. Just want to see how many critters you think we're holding. That's fine. So that means I can just turn off this one. And wrangle one of these and put it in there. I play only in a very zen way. Not let me get back to now. Let me get back to repairing a rock gas volcanotoma in my no suit challenge. Here's a mostly useless fact for you. The next generation introduced the gender neutral "where no one has gone before" instead of "where no man" in the introduction. I knew that. I even sort of remember it being a thing at the time. You know, that it was very deliberate. Which I think once again goes to show what complete nonsense the complaints about the new woke generation is, you know? Because frankly, the next gen were doing it. We should probably wrangle an older one, I guess. Since they're gonna starve to death. Let's wrangle that. And put it in here. The thing that makes me feel old is watching clips of Picard and realising quite how old Patrick Stewart is now. I don't know why that particularly makes me feel old rather than any of the others, but it is very much Patrick Stewart that makes me feel old. Are you gonna magically notice we wrangled you at some point? I mean, you are very still all of a sudden. Yes, there we go. It's noticed we wrangled it. Can I just... It ate the trussing. Again, can I just point out how completely broken the critter management is? It took, like, what, 10 seconds to even apply the trussing animation. We don't have that many critters. Like, we don't have no critters, but we don't have loads and loads of critters. There is no particularly good reason for it to take that long. Critters really need some optimizations. I agree. It is pretty terrible. And it does massively impact my enjoyment of the game, considering critters are pretty much my favourite part of the whole game. So the critters being completely non-functional is disappointing for me. I think I'm going to make this out of... Hang on there. Sever that, thanks. Well, I don't think you can go there. I think we have to turn you around. How are critters under-optimized? Because they... So I think the reason that they don't work properly is that the game, in order to save actions, is not checking them enough. So they don't do their they don't do the things that you need them to do quickly enough, so they don't recognize they've been wrangled, they don't come to be groomed, they don't not drown themselves in pools of liquid, they starve when you've got 20 kilos of CO2, because the game isn't checking them regularly enough to do the thing that they need to do. I think that's what the problem is. I can't swear to that, but that is certainly what I think is going on. That it's an optimization problem where the game just isn't checking. Yes, they're lower priority than other physics calculations, and that ain't great, essentially. Have you seen this on 1 speed or just 3 speed? I mean, we're only on 2 speed now, Spoonwood. And I have certainly seen it on 1 speed. They're terrible. They had a little period just after the critter-focused update came out where they actually worked for a bit, or at least where they worked a lot better. And then subsequently they have just crashed again. I don't want any of those. So yeah, they did have a little bit where they seemed to work for a while, but that time is over. Disappointingly, I have to say. Right then, here's some things that we should be building. We should actually be getting this going. Right, you, if it is above 500, you should be green. You should be green if it is... Green opens the door, right? So you should be green if it is below... Let's just do like 80. I don't know what we're going to do with this water. Maybe they should make super critters, which are 10 times as productive, but take 10 times as many resources. I don't know. I don't think I'm in any way qualified to suggest what the solution to this problem is. I don't know enough about coding or computers or really anything to be able to suggest what would help. I can only tell you what the problem is. Should we put this over there? Or should we put it here? I think we'll put it here. We never actually need all of the things. And by things... I mean vents. We don't need all the vents. That's what we don't need all of. But yeah, it's disappointing because I love the critters. And I would love to spend more time just doing ridiculous critter things. Like, it's the thing that I like to do, is sort of ridiculous critter things. But it's just not really a goer at the moment. When we did the ranch all the critters... What's going on here? I still don't really understand where this stuff that is melting is coming from. Oh, maybe they're trying to move this ice. No, it was happening before I asked them to move the ice. Oh, I bet I know where it's from. It's probably breaking out of these pipes, is it? Yeah, that's probably it. Fine. When we tried to do the Ranch All the Critters run, like, I think we barely got past about cycle 100. Before it was pretty unusable. Which was disappointing, because I wanted to ranch all the critters. And I was fundamentally unable to ranch all the critters, because the game just couldn't handle it. Now. There's some, you know, there's almost certainly some things about how good my computer is or is not. When Francis John did his testing on what optimizes your computer's performance, like, the clock speed of my RAM is not really sufficient to have fantastic Oni performance. That is definitely a thing that is true. But nonetheless, my computer nonetheless is entirely decent. And this game is a bit old. So we should be fine. Oh. Power regulation. Copper. Thanks. I should have built these wires differently. But, well, it's too late for that now. Right, speaking of wires. We've done that side. I need a couple of those and one there. We're not going to be able to run this stuff in. We're going to start running power wires into the base. I think we can't necessarily connect stuff up yet, but we can start to do some things. We are actually going to want you to run... Are we going to want you to run across this way? Yeah, probably. We'll want to run all of that on the same wire. We'll get rid of the things. We're going to want you lot to run on it. Now, there was quite a lot of talk from me that I was going to put a kitchen over this side, so I'm going to do that. We can also deconstruct these legs. And in fact, all of this. We'll deconstruct that. This. Lovely. And we'll start gearing up for having a sensibly wired base. Which, Lord, imagine. A sensibly wired up base. It's currently... No, there are some things over there that I would like to run. I don't know if there's going to be things over there. Actually, let's cancel these. I don't know if there's going to be stuff over there that I want to run, so we'll leave this wire for now. This one we also want to come out this way. These are going to still be here for a while, so... Similarly... Oh. Do you know what I see here? I see that I need another, what's it? Oh, I've never connected these to the thing. Let me connect these up. Cancel those. I want to sever. We'll sever that as well. We can deconstruct this. And then the same jazz here. Where we sever these off. And deconstruct that. And then we'll get some cooling for this loop as well. Ah, and while I think about it, what I just realised was that I need to go at least one further up. Is it just one further up I need to go? Yes, that should be fine. We'll sort it out in a minute. I don't have any copper. I may have to make some. I don't really want to make some, but that might be required. Alright, how are we getting on up here? Is anyone doing this? Slowly. Slowly. Right, what have we got going on here? You lot? Let's see if we can run you down into this. Let me sever that for a second. Let's do that. Amazing. You're gonna go into there. Liquid bridge. deconstruct all of this. Let's look at the gas. Yeah, we don't really have anywhere for this oxygen to go. I'd like it to go somewhere, but I don't really have anywhere for it to go. I mean, I suppose if we join it up, it can sort of head up there. I don't know if it can actually get in. I have a feeling it might not be able to get in. Because I think I might have severed it in the interior, but we'll find out. Yes, it looks like it's severed in the interior. But at the very least we can demolish these bits. I'd like to look in the rocket. Because we can let like a tiny bit through. I don't know how effective that is going to be. I think not super effective. What's the temperature like in here? Balmy. Balmy, I say to you. Look at that. We're just waiting for power, really, to send it off, aren't we? Otherwise, we're sort of done. How are we doing with this? That didn't really free us up as much pipe real estate as I might have hoped, but such is life. Water's kind of the only way to do it sensibly. What's next on the agenda? So we're doing this, which is excellent. We've done that. Let's again do some severing there, and then we're good to deconstruct this. There's plenty of spare liquid in here. Is it going to be actually a moderate pain if this explodes and dies? Which it shouldn't now, because we've brought down the temperature fairly markedly up here. But, you know, we could live. Right. Gold. We need to make another bit of gold. How much copper have I got? See, I haven't got that much. Hello, Judy Pixels. Hello, Dotterly. Hello, Nora. Again. It's lovely to see you all. Seeing your specs reminds me of my project, a new computer. Oh. This one isn't really old enough for me to justify getting a new one. But I would like a new one. One of the things that I could do to make streaming more stable would be to get a new computer and learn how to do the thing where you stream off one and like play the games and everything on the other, which is a thing that you can do. How old is my computer? My computer is 3 years old, coming up to 3 years old. So not very old is the short answer. I've recently watched a Twitch stream and explained that past a certain 4-digit number of cycles, you have to fill everything in, so the game has to perform fewer calculations and is thus still playable. Yes. Yes, Nora, that is certainly a way to do it. So, handy ways to make the game more playable, though they're a bit less effective in the DLC because of the multiple maps. Eliminate all your gases. Brick in the entirety of the map that you're not using for something. Eliminate any mixed fluids. Essentially anywhere where it has to calculate heat transfer or anything like that. Yes, kill all the critters. That's another thing that you can do that works. Yeah, there's a couple of things like that, but It's a bit of a pain. I think I once bricked the map in. Are you tame? You are tame. You're gonna starve. Are we gonna get the egg out of you before you starve? Can I see your reproduction? 71%. Your base change is only 2 per cycle? Why are you glum? Are you only glum because you're starving? I guess you didn't have enough calories when we began because you were wild. That's probably the issue. Like, if you have a regular one, it will have enough calories. But that is not true for us. Easy solution, feed him. I shall not be doing that. Also, they're quite difficult to feed now. Now that you don't have their food dropping out of the sky all the time. Definitely seems to make it more complicated to feed them. I made an error of being away whilst my local beer festival is on. That does indeed seem to be an error, what a fluke. I'm sorry that you've had a disappointing time with that. I hope that wherever you are away is, worth the being away. I have made the mistake of being here with you guys while partner takes their family to a very swanky cocktail bar in town, which I particularly like. So shortly I shall be having some whiskey to make up for it. And they messaged me earlier being like, oh, we're gonna go here and have a drink after work, and I'm like, oh, that's disappointing. I'm gonna be working. I can't go and have cocktails. Sad times. A sucker for a fancy cocktail now and then. Me too. Me too. I am a sucker for a fancy cocktail now and then. Oh, look! They're doing the thing. Are you going to put it in the place where I want it put? Oh, no, you're not. You're not. Hang on. Now you will. Now you should put it in the place where I want you to put it. No. How come all of my bloody branches are on break simultaneously? Somebody should be able to do it. Is there an errand here? Yes. It's on Annabelle's list. Yeah, they don't auto-wrangle baby critters. I sort of knew that when I did it. Once I put it on, I was like, oh yeah, they're not going to auto-wrangle it immediately. But then I'd forgotten to change this so that it actually had the appropriate critter in it. Nottingham on a Friday night on St. Patrick's Day is going to be like a zoo, isn't it? Well, I mean, I'm not sure it's entirely for me to say, but potentially yes, I would say. Nottingham's quite a party town for a Friday night. Did I just never build this one? I feel I did build it. Did we accidentally demolish it again? Weird. I've always had quite nice times in Nottingham, to be honest. So no real shade on Nottingham, but it is a little bit of a party town for sure. many more deliveries. Or at least somebody's doing it. Now. Let's look in the rocket. Well, they haven't built it yet. One has to say, this map of Diablo 4 looks weird, Kappa. I mean, I can understand that, Cardoza. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. It definitely seems like I've given the dupes too many things to do. I don't know why. I don't think I've given them that many things to do, but they definitely seem to believe that I've given them a lot of things to do. I am pleased, however, that we have managed to make this not outrageously hot over here now. This one's having a good work, assumably because we've just expanded it to having to cool this section. But it looks like it should get through that pretty quickly, to be honest. It shouldn't be the end of the world. Somebody mop this. And whatever this is. And that. We might actually, and we'll have to find some power for it, but we might use this to put some polluted water in the cooling loop, maybe, for this. Is that worth the effort? I mean, the answer to that is obviously no, but we might do it anyway. Right, let's have a look at some achievements. Not that one. So today we completed Finely Tuned Machine. We are working on Critter Whisperer here. Shinebug is in progress. And then we've got a Slickster, a Puffed, which we can do. But then we also have a Gassy Moo. So it'll be a little while before we finish this. We are going to launch a rocket at some point today, with luck. And that will move us towards Honorary Doctorate. Obviously, the Gassy Moo also completes moving on up. I'm going to make liquid hydrogen for that. We'll build some tubes at some point. That happens by itself. They got better. I mean, we might just have to trap someone with some food poisoning and then give them a pill. But we can probably do that. Bunker doors. We're going to have to go to the Regulus planet for that now. This... I don't really understand how the autosweepers have only done 2 things. But we'll work it out somehow. This, we just have to make everyone go outside. Like, there's a thing where you just have to make everyone go and sweep or something. I think sweeping is an errand. We can definitely do soft launch at some point. GMA A-OK. We are learning the tech for that, at least. Mind the gap, good god. Cluster contacts. Radical trap. This is something we need to think about. We need to think about nuclear. We have some uranium here, but our bees, which we do have, are over here. We will have to harvest from the bees. There's another achievement for doing that, so that's one that we need to do. Nuclear? Where do they keep the nuclear vessels? So we will have to do something about that. This one's coming along. How is the one that had the trap? Well, there's not all that much hydrogen in here. I thought there'd be more. Oh. Okay. For whatever reason, the trap isn't doing an amazing job. But yes, so we'd need to decide whether we want to do nuclear at home, or we could power up this world with nuclear. I mean, this world is entirely like a goer. It's got bunches and bunches of water. Like, it's got an obvious source of power. It's got metals. Like, we could definitely make this world like a bit more functional than just Neo endlessly sweeping it. How's your food? Food is still absolutely fine. I wonder if we could... Neo. Let me look at your consumables for a minute. I would like it so that people don't eat the swamp chard. And you can't eat the nutrient bars. So that's it. You eat the bog jellies and the pacu fillets. Oh, I might make it so that you can eat pacu fillets, which I suspect you are not currently allowed to do. But frankly, you should be able to. Why is Neo sweeping when he can make an auto sweeper to sweep for him? Well, for one thing, he can't make an auto sweeper to sweep for him, because he doesn't know how. We could potentially make an auto sweeper to sweep for him, but also he is sweeping so that I don't constantly have to look at the idle notification. Frankly, that is why he is sweeping. We might stop him sweeping at a time when we decide to try and get a more, what's the word? Assiduously the achievement. Sounds like a skill issue. Get good. So yes, there's some stuff going on there, but we'll work that one out in a minute. Oh, this is nearly there. If we get one more full one, it should actually work. Ashcan, let's watch. We're probably gonna have to delete a whole bunch of it and rebuild it to let the gases out. Oh, we should be able to replace them with what's it, shouldn't we? Stuff and things. What's the stuff and things we should be able to replace them with, chat? Airflow tiles. That's the stuff and things. Ah, now, there was a thing I was going to do. Have they built this yet? No, you still haven't built it? There are clearly way too many tasks. This is going to be actually producing heat. You put off heat, right? No, you don't put out any heat. Oh, that's alright then. Did they used to? Did they used to put out heat? Because I thought I remembered a thing where you shouldn't plug them in. That's another thing that can cause lag, too many tasks. I mean, otherwise I get bored. The power ones don't put out heat, but the other ones do. Ah, fair, fair. Okay. Oh, I've thought of something that Neo can do. Neo, can you send... Have I got it on sweep only? No. Can you send the nutrient bars over to the other planet, please? Because I don't want you to eat them anyway. There's absolutely tons of other food that we can work out you getting to if we need to. Look at all this hexlant everywhere. There's loads of food. You're also a farmer, so we could just like get you to actually plant something. We could like send over some mealwood seeds or something. So we might as well send those to the other side so that our pilots can eat them. And not you. Alright, I'll try not to queue up any more tasks. I promise nothing. And by try, I mean I won't bother. Oh, oh no, 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 no. No. Definitely can't dig that out. Because then my dupes can escape without a suit. That isn't going to go well. That is not what we want to happen. How are you doing here? Have we finished this bit? No, we still got some more down here to do. That one can get dug out. Alright. Well, the other thing... Okay, so the other problem that I have is I want to continually give them tasks to do, so that you have something to look at. Because although I am endlessly entertaining, you know, I am only half of the entertainment that is supposed to be provided by the stream. Not all of it. Now, please, sweep this urgently, because otherwise it's going to be in my way. And then we're going to do a couple of things. One of the things we're going to do is we're going to put back the automation for the aquatuna, which is still not in automation. Never not mad about it. Replace with tiles instead. I mean, I could do that as well. It'll be fine. We'll keep them. Right. I want you to deconstruct this. And then, where are you? I want you to put an airflow tile like here. What's this? Carbon dioxide? Also sweep this away, just because I don't want them to accidentally drop it in the thing or anything. Right, have you built the things inside here? Yes, okay. We are very briefly gonna do this. Oh, we actually have to build a thing in it, don't we? What do you mean it must be built in an unoccupied space? It's a gas pipe. What's going on here? So there is a gas pipe there. Why can't I connect it to that then? Oh, there isn't. Oh, see, look. Okay. Who have we got? We've got a pip. And some barbecue, which I don't care about. We'll take the pip. Don't know what we're going to do with the pip. Possibly murder it. You're still alive, but you are tamed. So that one's done. What happened to the puffed? He was in here? Where did you go, puffed? You went up here? I think there's only one, though, on this map. So I'm not sure I wish to tame him and murder him, since taming will result in his death. I can't see another one. There's some fish over there. Yeah, I can only see one. We could get some eggs out, maybe, of the pod sometime. Maybe try and remind me if it happens again that we could do with some eggs. crops? What crops do I even have? Oh, these crops. Oh, well, we don't care about them. They're not actually important. Right, how are we getting on here? Let's make sure that we have these bits built. Speaking of which, this... oh, no, that was why. I mean, it's here now, so I think, regardless, we're gonna leave it for now. We might move it later, but that's not a thing. There's also this one, which I don't think I'm gonna do that way. I think we're gonna do this for this one in the short term. Theoretically, I was always gonna close this off, but I've never sort of got round to it. So that's the thing. Right, this has power. We can sever this and connect these. So we're going to sort of start doing this along the way. This one's built, it's powered, so again, we can sever here, then we can connect it up, then we can get the dupes to deconstruct the bits that we don't need anymore, which no doubt those hatches will eat. This one, we want them to build some of that first. How about this? This needs some building. Right, so we'll wait there. Right, there's some more things that need powering. We can't really do that. Can we sever that? Because I can't sensibly have those connected right now. And you need a tile. So you can do that. What's up with you? No power consumers, that's fine. Slowly and surely, we are gonna get stuff running off our main grid. Excellent. Good work. Right. We're gonna connect these back up. We're gonna turn you off. In fact, let's cancel that. And we'll put this here to begin with. You're going to send a green signal if it's above like 15, I think. So that we're good if it's if we use clean water. Oh. Thank you. No more of that. Cheers. No, I suppose it can stay here. It's not really doing any harm. For now. How massively overpressurized have we made it? Yes, pretty goddamn overpressurized. Oh, that's not ideal. There's gonna be some popped eardrums. Who has unpermitted food? Leo, really? So you genuinely don't have any bog jelly or any pacu fillet right now? Fine, you can eat the swamp child heart again. We don't need you to starve, mate. It's okay. Sorry. No, it's alright. It's alright. I suppose it's not strictly your fault. And by not strictly your fault, I mean it is obviously your fault. But I suppose we'll put up with it. These are all a bit too hot anyway. Did these only go up to 30? They do. You get replaced. Oh. It's one of those, is it? One of those we refuse to come out tiles. I can't even build a tile on it. Because of this. Oh well. I thought it was worth a try. Does not appear to have functioned to the way I might have hoped. Put a canister emptier and let out some CO2 there. Oh, what, so it just joins into some other stuff? I don't think I've got any way to bottle CO2 overly. What if I rip off somebody's suit when they're up there? Do you think they'll breathe out? I'm so gonna try it, because I think that's pretty funny. I have entertained myself. We'll leave it for somebody who's actually gonna come and do this. That might work, because the suit would drop its CO2 as well. Oh, there we go. No, it's done it anyway. It's worked itself out. Oh, disappointing. I'd got into the idea of forcing them to, just, like, breathe to move it about, but never mind. Never mind. Okay. These go away. And now we need, right, speaking of things we're going to cancel all of this. And this. All of that gets cancelled. We don't need those. Instead... Oh, I see. All the clean water just broke its way out of the pipes. Instead, we are gonna let this stuff out for a second. And instead, we will connect this into it. Might need a wheel though. The only reason we need a wheel is because I can't be bothered to run anything else over there. Wheel. We need a battery to go with the wheel, because as we know, if you don't have one, then the dupes just run forever. Because they have some funny ideas about what is going to be helpful for them. Excellent. This stuff is starting to flow back. I'm just going to deconstruct that. Whatever. Whatevs. This can connect back up. Excellent. Right, we've cleared this, which was sort of the point. Because now we can... run this insulated one over here. do. Let's cancel that. I'm going to put a bridge in here. And if this is full, you can just chuck your hot steam out here. Thank you. That would be lovely. So it doesn't sit in the pipes and crackle my pipes. That is the reason for that. And then hopefully at some point I'll notice and turn this off. Maybe. Maybe not. Who can say? How is this going? We emptied you? Not quite. Nearly. Well, we've certainly emptied enough of it to sever that part. Connect this up. We appear to have built all of this infrastructure, so we can build the last bit that connects those. This comes up here through that. And in the short term, we're just going to bridge you onto this. Like so. Oh, because you don't have anywhere to go. That's why you're not doing anything. I was like, why isn't that pump going? And it's because they haven't built this yet. So it doesn't know what it's supposed to do. Soon. Soon, TM. Or possibly not, but you know, in general. There's a vague possibility that stuff might happen. Cool. Right, this is going to fill this cooling loop. I am going to set this so that it only goes on if it's above like a gazillion. So that we don't immediately turn the what do you mean the current ambient pressure is 0? The current ambient pressure is 28 kilos. Do Atmos sensors not understand liquid pressure? Is this a confusing thing for them? I didn't think that was the case. I thought they understood the concept of liquid pressure. Let's deconstruct this now. Sorry, I should have left this pipe because now I've found a use for it. We're going to empty this out again. Printables, let's have a look. Who have we got? 2 dupes that I don't want. Some fertilizer or a plug sluglet. So that's definitely going to be some of this. How are we getting on with our power lines in here? You are ready to be entirely bypassed. Thank you. Gonna deconstruct all of this. And this stuff. Do I want to charge that? I don't know if I do. We can definitely get rid of all of this. And the buildings. Look at this. It's almost like we're a proper base now. I'm quite excited to have this. Where's my deconstruct? Go away. Let's have a quick look at this. We don't really have enough polluted oxygen to make this worthwhile. We're going to deconstruct it. you dead? Oh, because you're a shine bug. You actually don't care, do you? I forgot that the shine bugs actually didn't care about whether you fed them or not. Alright then. Sorted. Can deconstruct this. So this bit's all sorted out. This one is ready to go, so let's sever. Shine bugs only care about food in the Abyss bug and Radiant bug evolutions. Okay. I'm not sure I realised that they cared once they got bigger. But it is interesting to know. Well, not bigger, but you know what I mean. Once they reached the later evolutions. I mean, sure. We don't need that. Let's cancel that. How are you doing in terms of... You've only got 4 of you in there? Right. Let us cancel that. And instead, put a grub egg in there. That should make you fine. You lot get murdered. Thank you. Oh, because their span gets longer? Alright. Excellent. So we're going to watch them build the conductive wire here, then we can deconstruct and join everything up here. Speaking of conductive wire, they need to build. Need to build some here. All of this needs conductive wire. And there. Cool. Alright, we'll leave you to do that for a minute, dupes. While we are doing that, we have here a cooling loop. It's time to set these two to fight. It'll take a while, but we should hopefully receive steam. At some point. One day. One day. You're not dead yet. 1.6 cycles. I assume we did not get an egg out of you. No. No eggs from you. Oh, that's fine. If you would like to sweep up the copper that's lying around, I'd sort of appreciate it. Before the hatches eat it all. Okay, this is sorted, so you get severed from this. And you can get connected to this. Then we're gonna deconstruct this, these, that one, these. I mean, that doesn't matter right now. Okay, you done as well? You are. More severing and connecting. Chat. Look how exciting this is. I don't know if you're excited by it, but I'm quite excited by it, like, being like a proper base. That is the sort of thing that sort of pleases me quite a bit. That bit can definitely go away. To be fair, these bits can probably go away as well. I doubt we're actually using these machines right now, because what we're waiting for, once again, is applied science research, but we are not making any rad bolts. Oh, is that an excited Whiskers? I am glad that Whiskers is excited by putting in a actual power network. Whiskers is more than welcome to join me in my excitement about these things. Have you finished these? Not yet. We're going to wait a little bit until you've actually finished those. Alright. What are we doing next? So we're doing this. This is going to take a while. How have you even managed to cool this too much? Oh yeah, only for like a second. Because then the tepdizer does a perfectly good job of heating it back up, so that's fine. That is not something to worry about. You vote visiting other planets? I mean, we are going to. That is why we are making a thing. Well, I'm making the thing really to do the science first. Do you want to make a second one? We could try and build a second one to head off to other planets. What else would we need if we were going to go to other planets? I mean, ideally we'd want to take a tank of oxygen, but we have oxygen up here now, so we could take a tank of oxygen with us to be our oxygen for the journey. Food. That is the thing that we need. You're quite right there. Alright then, so we need to make space food. Oh, goddamn space food. This is going to be a disaster area. Space food. Hang on. I did have a micro mushroom at one point. I tell you what, because we're going to do food. Oh, I've got these shine bugs in here now, haven't I? Space food is easy. Make some grapefruit preserve and add freshness spice. I am feeding my sucrose. In fact, I don't even have any sucrose. Because I have fed it all to the grubs. But possibly this is something we could do in the future. Can I make those disappear? Yes, thank you. But I think what it is time to do is to move... Why are we even doing these grubs? Was there any reason? We were just making some mud, right? Just for interest's sake? We don't really need the grubs. They're not really achieving us anything. Oh, I know what we could do instead. What we could do... Oh, well, we can't make grubfruit preserve that way. But I think one of the things we're going to do... I don't want this to be part of the base. This was never meant to be part of the base up here. I mean, it doesn't have to be. We could just shut this off. And get people to come in from the top. Alternatively, we can ranch pips. Why would we ranch them? Mud for dirt for mealwood. I mean... Let's have a look. I still have 333.6 tons of dirt, and these are literally all the mealwood plants I am growing, or that I intend to grow. Oh my god. This is why our critters won't make up their mind about what they're doing. Also, we've never put any hydrogen in here, which we probably should at some point. We could make a shine bug reactor. Alright, first and foremost, I want to move the kitchen. So, things we're going to do to enable us to move the kitchen is we're going to let everyone in here, and we're going to deconstruct the gym. Am I the only one who deep freezes the food and stores it in a vacuum in rockets? Like actually getting the food's temperature to below -18, then any food lasts forever on rockets. Space food, the final disaster area. Yes, because you need to dedicate 5 tiles to it. Can you share with us your design, Neo? In the lovely Discord. I'm not at all sure I'm going to build it, but I would be interested. As ever, I never promise I'm actually going to build things, but that does not mean I'm not always interested in seeing the things that you people build. And then going, oh wow, that's a lot of work that I'm not going to bother with. Frankly. That is mostly what happens. Right. So I have some thoughts about things we might want to do. We don't need a shine bug reactor, do we? If we do nuclear. Maybe nuclear is the thing I should be doing next. Oh, nobody cares about jetpacks. What's this? Large liquid fuel tank. I will care about that in the end. So, what's this one? Decontamination shower. Literally nobody ever cares about that. So, let's do that. No worries. Why aren't you getting deconstructed? How did you manage to escape the mass deconstruction? Decontamination shower is really good. Oh, for making polluted water. Fair. I assume it just makes polluted water. Oh, I can't look at it, can I, until I actually research it. I assume that it only makes as much polluted water as you put clean water into it. Which, like, isn't amazing. It does 100 kilos of polluted water whenever it's used. But is that because you've put 100 kilos of clean water in it? Or does it make it magically? Like the dupes do. Given the speed of the yes, I assume that's to the, you use clean water to make it. Yeah, it uses 100 kilos of clean water. I mean, there are times when you want to do that, for sure. Yeah, but I'm not sure that time is now, to be honest. Oh, you've put a thing in? Lovely. I shall have a look imminently. I don't want any of this. Like, I'm literally just going to take some bristleberries. Alright, we are going to move our kitchen from over here to over here. We're going to move these hatches up to here. I'm going to do something about these shine bugs. I don't know what I'm going to do about them. How many of there are you? There's like currently 5 of you. How much space do 5 need? Because I think I'm just going to like chuck them up here. I mean, I can expand this space out as I like, really. So... we're just going to move them over there. Right. I'm going to turn you off. We're going to auto rank all the surplus, and we're going to put you to 0. The other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make an auto dispenser, and we're going to chuck the eggs out of it. So we can move them a bit quicker. Right. So, I'm going to make the kitchen in my largely regular configuration. So back here we are going to have a thermoregulator. Did I ever save that blueprint? Remember I planned out a whole kitchen in a recent playthrough. Did I then save the blueprint, or did I not bother? I don't think I did. Why am I such an idiot? There's no hope for me, chat. There's literally no hope for me. I've had some new bugs on True Tiles. Oh no, it's just that it's under construction. No, I take it back. Maybe I haven't. Utilities. Thermoregulator. In you get. I'm down to under 2 tons of sand. I mean, that's not ideal. Don't you have loads of salt? Can't you crush it? What was I doing? I wanted to look at the Discord. I wanted to look at Neo's space rocket vacuum. Oh, I see. You use lead suits in your rockets as well? Wow. Do you have the phone just for stress relief? Because there's no way that's a dining hall, right? How do you use lead suits? I don't know. I like how they look. And the radio. It is a great hall. Do suits not do anything to a great hall? And the top room can be a bedroom. You just don't currently have a bed in it. Interesting. Right. I was having some other thoughts, and I don't know what they are anymore. Who can possibly say? You have a few different configurations. Alright. Okay, so we're moving those. That's the thing we were doing. Critter eggs. Shine bugs. Let's go. Super. That's fine. You can now be turned off. And in fact deconstructed. You don't even need to exist anymore. And when this grows big enough, we'll move it out and then we can move all of these. Right. We don't usually build it above my dining room. I'm sad now, because I've got rid of the whole, what's it? I don't know what the what's it is. Oh, because I got rid of that whole kitchen plan. The kitchen plan was really useful. Some of you are gonna get too big. To be fair, look, we could put 7 hatches in here, and we can make this 1, and we will auto wrangle the surplus, and they should move 7 of them up there. Yeah, I'm really disappointed I got rid of that design, because I'd made a good design for it and everything, and now I don't remember what it was. Oh, we're gonna have to plan it out. Yeah, that's what I've got to say to that. Right. Space. The final blueprint. The only place where the dupes can't get to it. 100? Oh, I was pretty close. I was pretty close. I think actually, like, they are 100 long. The final oxygen zone. Alright. So, we've got our thing in the back here. We would like to allow for... There's only 24 dupes, but nonetheless. It's gonna be like... maybe this, let's say. No, we can't have it there. This one needs to be open or we can't get into the bloody food. New goal to oxygenate space. I mean, that's just a whole bunch of backing plates, isn't it, really? You just have to backing plate the whole thing and... yeah, and then you're good to go, pretty much. So, we'd want some grills. Two grills? Maybe only one grill. I don't know. What do we need? I'm not sure we genuinely need 2 grills. Let's consider 1 grill as an option. The other thing that we will want is a murdering facility. This will be the murdering facility for critter murdering. Drowning pool. There you go. That's a drowning pool. Second freezer. Second freezer leads to 2 things. So the second freezer leads to a gas range and a micro flusher. I've had a thought. snapshot this. And I would like to move it to like there. No, I can't do it. There you go. Cancel this one. And some of this, right. Because, right, so my thought is, the microbe musher could go here. With this. And then... snapshot. Thank you. Snapshot this again. And we'll move it here. And then next to this, we can have the spice grinder. Because, like, it's not the end of the world if there's, like, actual spiced food. Like, as Nematrex says, some of it is actually useful. So we could, like, build it. I could be less lazy and, in fact, build it. Why do I normally have less room than this, chat? The operating spice. There you go. I feel I have more room in my kitchen than I should do. I have a feeling I have to put it there. Do I have to put it there? I hope I can put it there. It requires puffs to renewably make, since it requires slime. I mean, that doesn't make me happy. I have to say, that doesn't make me very happy. Do these share a thing? No, they're completely separate. Then I'd have to think about sweepers. The freshening spice only requires salt and mealwood seeds. I'm feeding the mealwood seeds to my fish. My mealwood seeds are busy. How are you doing, actually, for seeds? You're mostly mealwood and a little bit of balm lily. How about this? This has literally no seeds in it. Fair. I'm enjoying that face. I needed renewable seeds because we're not generating enough balm lily seeds to feed the fish, unfortunately. Right, let me think about how stuff comes into this. So, all of our eggs go here. We can also work it so that any other foodstuffs that we wish to gather also come in here. Into our drowning pool. This can hit it, and then it can put it in to a conveyor. I mean, we could also just have all the other stuff come here. Oh, this one doesn't actually need to be able to hit this. It'd be handy. But it's... yeah, no, it's sort of useful. So, we need a... oh, no, this one can't hit this. Because then we get infinite ruling loops. Because it can pull the meat out of here and put it back into the thing. Okay. Right, you. You can't be hitting that. Shift. You see, this is why I like to build it. Soren has a lot of good emotes. I was thinking earlier that I need to make like a max rage one. Which I think I could probably do. So I think you move to there, essentially. I also think you're not in the right place. I think that you will need to be here for this to function correctly. And then I think we'll need one more. Printables? Let's have a look. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can make one, and I've got some animated emote spaces. So, but the game crashed when I tried to load it to make Whatsits, so it didn't work very well. Oh, it's because it's counting that. Right, we need to put it to 8 so they can move this hatch. And then we put it down to 7, so they'll wrangle that when it's big enough. Then he has a bit version of his rage emote that goes the Super Saiyan. Excellent, right. Will it... If I put this down... Will they just wrangle anything? Or will they wrangle the thing that isn't on the list? I mean, they can't actually wrangle this yet. We'll see. We'll see what they do about that. I mean, we have panic, Arisia. They will wrangle anything. Oh. Well, you know what then? I've got another solution for this. Death! That's to that. Just death. And this can go down to 0. Oh, but starting with what doesn't belong. Oh, lords. Right. Oh, I've already murdered it, I think. Oh, it also doesn't need to be this high. Why are you so high? I mean, I may have murdered it. It doesn't necessarily know that it's been murdered, but I may have murdered it. I'll cancel this, and we'll see. Oh, there you go. It is murdered. Wow. Life is complicated, eh? I mean, we can just deconstruct these. It's gonna stop existing. Oh, really? If you put the drop-off on the other side of the doors, it'll only wrangle things that can get past the doors. Oh, there you go. Learn new things. Thank you so much for the follow, NPC Divergence. Welcome in. I hope you're having a lovely day. Right, back to kitchen planning. Right, you lot. What do we need? Do we need to... I'm struggling to make my brain work here, people. But we'll try. Right. Meats and like I don't think I like that. I think I want it this way. Cancel conveyor rails. So, meat, anything else that is coming in here, gets put in here to go there. Now this one can also access this, but that one can't. You need to not be able to access this. Huh. Where do you go? You go all the way over there. That is no good. I've done some research. I'll sort that out in a minute. Do I need you? I don't need you to access that. Come here. You can move to here. And then... Right. Cancel this. Snapshot. Where the hell is my snapshot? Here it is. We're going to snapshot this section. Let's put it somewhere where it'll actually paste. I'm going to cancel this off. And then we're going to move this one over. So we're going to snapshot this again. And we're going to move it to there. That's fine. So that we can put one of these here. Right, okay. I'm thinking. It's hurting my brain, but I'm doing my best. Cancel. Right, not this. That's not what we want to do. So, these things... That makes perfect sense. I'm gonna move over. Come here. This, right, which can only access stuff off here and stuff in there. No, maybe that was right. Hang on. Come on, brain. What do we need to take out of there? I don't know if we need this one. Oh, I can't use my brain. Chat, it's really hard. Right, essentially, we need a way to get meat into here. And then this can take anything that needs to get out. And then this can put stuff. This just needs one that this can't reach. Hang on, right. Let's say this one. Ugh! Oh, I hate this. I mean, no. Again, I said this last time I was doing it, and I was like, oh, I hate doing this. The answer is I love doing this. I do not hate doing this at all. I actually really enjoy it. It just drives me moderately around the twist while I do it. But I do enjoy it. Right. Meat's in here. Now, you two need a shared one that goes into here for, like, cooked stuff. You're probably going to be in the way. So let's not worry about that. So, like, when we have, like, when we've actually made stuff here that we want into there, these both, well, they don't both need to access it, to be fair. Only this one needs to be able to access it. Why do they both need to be able to access it? They don't. There's no good reason for that. Hello, Irani Bani. Yes, our goal is to complete all of the achievements. Our current goal is to build a functional kitchen. Right, and then we have you, and your job, you don't need to be able to look in there. Your job, matey, is to be able to look in here for meats and such like, and put them on there. No, not meats, cooked things. Which actually means I don't want you to be able to hit that. Because then we'll get an infinite ruling loop, so that's fine. Because we can cancel that out and build it. I wonder if that's right, Neo. Let me look. 119 1862. Nope, that is correct. Rules. See you, Nematrak. Have a good one. Alright. So, this can also pick the stuff up from there to go in there. This picks up done foods, which we will need a secondary one for. Which will also go in here. Like so. And I think that's done. And then we just need somewhere where the dupes can access it. Which we can do by putting a fridge here. Right, what have I messed up, chat? What have I messed up? There's bound to be something. Let us get some last bits of this done. And you disapprove of Nemetrek going out. I mean, how dare they? Can't they see we're thinking here? I've got way more space in this kitchen than normal. It makes me think I've definitely forgotten something. I think this space is usually used for a, I didn't even ask for permission. I think this space is usually used for an additional grill that we're currently not using. But I don't think we need an additional grill. For one thing, we don't have enough cooks to have an additional grill. So, we're going to leave this on slow. I'm going to save the game for a minute. We're going to assume that the duplicants... No, we're not going to go to for the 834 grills to overload the heavy watt wire. We'll do that in another way. Let us resume. You can keep an eye on this and think about it and tell me whether I've messed anything up. When I come back, I'm going to be right back. As discussed, it's time for whiskey. I'll be right back. Look, you can look at one of my new exciting scenes. Look at this. Got an exciting transition. I've got a new scene. Let me move the screen slightly. There we go. So it's not in the way. Look, isn't this exciting? It's cool. Thank you. Look, there's even chat for you, so you can see yourselves while I'm away. I'll be right back, chat. What was awkward, Neo? Do you like my little intermission thing? I've got an intermission thing for when I'm talking to you as well. So, we have, Whiskey. You might remember that last year, in December, I was supposed to go to Dublin, but instead I decided to have COVID. Well, partner and family brought me Jameson whiskey from the Jameson distillery. So now I have whiskey and ginger ale. What is awkward, Neo? I'm interested, because there are obviously things that I can change. It does seem to take a little minute for it to notice what's going on, ever. Alright. Does this work? I think it works. Not 100% sure. But I think it works. Alright, let's try and build it. Oh, seeing your own chat was awkward. Do you not like that? I mean, that's a fair complaint. I think I'm gonna leave it up. I'm never really sure about it, but it's sort of nice, especially in scenes where I'm not here, because I think it helps people sort of know that stuff is going on still, if like you lot are having a chat while that is happening. This hatch needs some murdering, thanks. It's a bit like when you hear your own voice. I mean, I have to do that all the time, so I've definitely got over that one. But I do know this sensation. Yeah, I always have the chat open as well, Neo, but I know not everyone does. No, there's also the phone, but then you can never read the text if you're on your phone anyway. I mean, unless you've got some sort of enormous phablet. I certainly can never read chat if I'm looking at it on my phone. Metal tiles. Should we go steel? Might as well. We don't have loads of gold, so let's go steel. Oh, we might as well get rid of this, because we're probably not gonna use the steel yet either. We're gonna do this the way that we normally do. Get a load of hydrogen in there. But yeah, it's the first time I've found some scenes that I really like the design of them. It's minimal enough for me. They're also it's in fact the same design as my alerts are anyway. But I don't know if Streamlabs have recently expanded them or whether it's just that I'd never noticed before. Like now there's there's just more scenes in it. So like not only is there just a live scene and a starting scene, there's like an ending scene, there's the intermission scene, there's the be right back scene, and they're all themed pretty easily. And I decided that I could be bothered to do the work to make them be in the order that I wanted them, which was a little bit of work. Like you can see that I've condensed the little notifications. I sort of like that people can see that, you know, their things are being appreciated, their contributions. So you have the donations and all of that, but I don't like them being huge and taking up too much of the real estate of the screen. So I spent some time doing that. Yeah, I don't love the enormous frames, I must admit. Like, it's sort of nice to be able to have access to a screen like this, so that, you know, when, I don't know, say we're doing max talks or something like that, you can still focus on me a little bit better, but we can still have the game, and the game is still quite clear. Because though it's smaller, it's not covered in stuff. So I quite like having access to this screen. But I didn't want it to take up too much space, which is, yeah, no, I wouldn't go 100% of the time like this. I'd much rather do this. Which again is why I condensed up all the alerts and stuff so that they don't take up too much real estate on the screen. We're not taking up loads more space than my camera did anyway. I mean, I can watch them, but I don't love them, is what I would say. I can definitely watch those sorts of streams, especially since a lot of the watching I do is listening, to be honest. An awful lot of the watching I do is listening. So my like super flashing lights and bright colours and my optic nerves just melt. Yeah. Certainly they could be more than I need. But in general, I can look at them. But yeah, I mean that's partly facilitated by the fact that I don't look at them. Which is probably cheating. Right, I think we might move this around so it goes that way, so that I can deconstruct this one, because we might well need that gas pump real estate. That, yeah. So, this is an excellent place for us to do a bridge that could come out this way. I think that's fine. So you have like this. Then we want radiant. Again, I'll use the steel because that's... Oh, because we're doing this, so we should definitely use the steel. And then it's going to head along there to the next one. So, let me check on it. After that, we've got the grill and the microbe musher. So we're definitely going to put a grill and a microbe musher here. Coal's probably a little bit more renewable, to be fair. We might seem to have less, but it's probably a bit more renewable. What's this made out of? Gold amalgam. I mean, I probably don't care about that. I might rebuild it out of copper. Ah, nuts. I did the wrong thing. There we go. But yeah, so I was happy to be able to get some that like are a bit more well, existing, really, because my old ones are a bit just a bit small and like they don't do all of the things I wanted. I particularly wanted an ending screen. Like I really suck at ending the stream generally. So something I particularly wanted was an ending one. So that I can sort of wrap up in a way that's clear that I'm wrapping up and everyone knows what's going on and it's not like so much of a deal. Or like, it's just a bit clearer. That was sort of where I was at with that. We don't need, these don't have to be, well this side doesn't have to be insulated. This side is going to be insulated for the fridge. But that side doesn't have to be insulated. Right, we're also going to want one of these here. Thank you. Pipes. Gas pipes. Right, this is going to come along here, where then these two are going to require steel. No, not there. There. Sorry. Apologies. Incorrect. Those two are going to require steel. Then we're going to want to go up. Probably just head straight back this way. We can put the automation on this tile when we're done. Does it mean that it's okay to look forward to the end of the stream? I mean, you definitely can look forward to the end of the stream. It won't be too long, to be fair. But yes, I will not be offended if you look forward to the end of the stream. I wouldn't be offended anyway, frankly. I mean, if you're hanging around being like, oh, I must wait till the end, I'm definitely not going to be offended by that. I'm also going to say, like, you don't have to. Just do your own things. It's cool. Oh no, I was going to put a... Alright. Am I correct in thinking that heat cannot leach out of a diagonal? Heat doesn't transfer diagonally, right? So, if I were to leave these... if I was to leave this one open as well as this one, I don't lose any... well, I don't actually gain any heat rather than lose. What's going on, Amari? Okay, you just didn't know what you were doing for a minute. Fine. This one will need to stay there. I tell you what. Let's just have a, we'll have a little ladder in there for a second so that you can go across there. Am I right? I believed this was the way it worked, but now I am concerned that I do not in fact know how it works. Alright, you, liquid, water, we will enable auto bottle, we'll turn it right up. And you, we're actually going to put, like... Are you actually telling me I don't have access to any of this? Have they been moving the... No, you see there is some here. What is this? Brine. This one we can just put brine in it. As far as I know it doesn't transfer in diagonal. I thought that was the case. That's easy then, because then we can put the automation for this here, and I don't have to worry about it. Well, that saves me a job. Apparently they can get in there now. I can relate to the whole standing around not knowing what to do next. I mean, Nora, you've been allowed out of the base for pretty much the whole stream. We chucked you out and made you actually go out and do work. I don't think you were thrilled. But we did make not quite Nora go out and do work. I'm afraid to say. Right, these are going to be airflow. No, there's no point. We could make this bit airflow as well, but there's no need. I know. It's an outrage, isn't it? How can you possibly cope? Right then. Next thing we're going to have... Did I survive? No deaths, remember? Everybody's alive. Next thing we're going to have is the gas range. There we go. And a spice grinder. There we go. Alright, you can get one of those. You can get... Yeah, I mean, you can actually get connected. There's no particular reason why not. What is this? Yes, you are staying there, so... No, that's fine. That's fine. Cool. Right. Is this a full thing? Yeah, pretty much. That'll probably do then. We don't need loads of water, we just need some in there to just give it a little bit of cooling. You need some power. And then we're looking at the top again. Come here, top. So, one right over it like that. And then one over the top of this. Okay. And then one directly over the top of that. Okay. Right. One directly over the top of the... No, not of lead. God damn it. Why would I make it of lead? Copper. There we go. One that goes there, which we can't put in just yet. One here? Yes. Has to be there. Because we don't want it to be able to see this one. Another spacey kitchen. I love a spacey. I love to build things in space so that I can think about what I'm building. It just saves me so much like having to knock everything down and build it again to plan it out in space so I can think about it in advance. Oh. I'm sorry. I'm never gonna get over it. They are automation. They should be in the automation menu. Put them in both menus. That would be fine. But for God's sakes, put them in the automation menu. Because they are obviously automation. Right. Having once again complained about that. We could just use this, to be fair. It's gonna be a little bit of a thing, but we can do it like this. Into there. And because we have this secondary source in here, we should be able to produce plenty of power, even if I divert this. If it measures in the pipe or duct, it's in the pipe duct menu. Everything. I mean, I sort of understand why it is, but it's just an automation. So I was also complaining earlier, Neo, I don't know if you were here, about the star map location sensor, which is in rocketry, which sort of makes sense because you have to build it in the rocket. However, it is most certainly an automation. All it does is automate stuff. It doesn't have another use. It's only an automation. And that's my argument, is that they don't do anything else. They are literally only an automation. Therefore, they should be in the automation menu. That is my argument, and I am sticking to it. Frankly. Alright, you're so, yeah. I realise that it's clear that Clay do not necessarily feel the same way about this, but this is definitely how I feel about it. Right, we need a conveyor loader here, above the drowning tank. Where's my base? Conveyor loader above the drowning tank. And then we had one more that only you could access, I think? Oh, because this one needs different settings than I can put on that one. So we need one that you can access, which probably we'll just put down here. Yeah? Is that where it was going to go? Yeah. Seems fair. It's like, I can see what sort of logic there is in their way of doing it, but not the most intuitive way. No, I agree. I agree. I can see why they did it their way. But again, I don't agree with their way. I think that is a good way of putting it. It's not that the way that they've done it makes 0 sense. It's just in no way the way that I would have ever done it. Now, we are going to need a place for that to get in. I think what we might want to do is actually... I think we might want to do like this. And cancel this one out. And allow for this to come in this way. I think that's going to make more sense in the long run. You haven't got used to the new search function. Yeah. I think I've used it a couple of times, but like only a couple of times. But it's definitely good that it exists. That I am 100% on board with. Deconstruct. Let's have a quick look at our... in fact, we'll do this. Oh, we can't do it yet. Once they've built this, we can put that up straight away. How are you doing? How hot is it in here? Slowly, slowly. Why aren't you on all the time? Is it because of this one gap? And the problem is, if I fill that gap, you're just going to clog yourself up all the time, aren't you? Which will be equally as annoying. Well. Will be moderately as annoying. Alright. Have you built all of this, Stoops? You have. Excellent. So we're going to do a thing where we actually sever some of these connections. This one and this one. And then we're going to take this and put it out here. And just for a little bit, the hydrogen is going to come this way to fill up this pipe. Because as you can see, we're not really short of power, because we can still run it from this tank round. So that works out alright. We will have to figure out a way for natural gas to get in. We have natural gas here, natural gas here, natural gas here, and we'll have natural gas from these. I think I am gonna box them in. I was also thinking about this last night. I think, because I was thinking about petroleum boilers, I think I'm gonna box these in completely and make them properly sealed, which is not something that I always do. Sometimes I just let them pour into the floor. But I think we're gonna seal them up for our petroleum boiling, which I probably will build a petroleum boiler. Because we might want to use this for geothermals later. And I don't want to drip oil onto the geothermal. Or we might want to use it for like water purification or something like that. So yeah. We are not doing that. Don't we have any extra brine? Is that all the brine we have? What is this? Ethanol. Is this actually all the brine we have? We don't have a full tile of brine. Oh, nuts. Where have they put it? I wonder if we can... Yeah, we can't mop that. Is any of this brine? Salt. Salt. This is brine. I bet we can't mop this either. No. Disappointing. What's this stuff in here? Got salt water. Maybe I should let the brine out and fill it with salt water instead. We might do that. Okay. Let's fill it with salt water. Bye, brine. I thought there was more of you than there was. Now, This one's handily unassigned, so I can deconstruct it. And Jean is just gonna have to move where they eat, frankly. Sorry, Jean. We can do some mopping here, I'd appreciate that too. Yes, dupes. Right, let's rebuild that. Splooge. Yes. Like, even the spill is taking forever to calculate how far it wants to spill. Oh, we could have filled it with ethanol. Oh, I should have just filled it with ethanol. Hang on. How much ethanol have we got? We can pickle... Oh, I've only got 100 kilos. Oh, that's no good. I was hoping I could pickle my meat in alcohol before we cooked it. But unfortunately not. We'll just have to deal with salting it. I mean, brine is thematically better than salt water, but I'm not having a fight about it, essentially. Where I try and work out where we can get it from, so... Such is life. It's not gonna be that way. This is sorted. Let's deconstruct this. And, we'll sever that one out. You, actually, let's return you first of all. It's definitely more important. Let's cancel that. And then we can also restore this, and that's fine. There we go. I've got some random hydrogen knocking around. Hello, Charmich. Welcome in. It is going well. I have whiskey. The duplicants have orders, more orders than they can possibly cope with. But, they're getting there. They're getting there, love them. It's a hard time. I'm so disappointed that I couldn't, that I couldn't make it out of, ethanol. Don't give the duplicants whiskey. God, can you imagine? They definitely, cause quite enough trouble without whiskey. But as I say, it is a Friday. It is St. Patrick's Day. Partner has gone to a very nice cocktail bar. So I'm definitely having whiskey, frankly. That is the way this is going. Right. So, we need to do a thing. The thing we're going to do is we're going to deconstruct this thing and fill these with hydrogen. It's going to take a bit of work, but we're going to fill these tiles up with hydrogen. And it's going to be lovely. Is there any hydrogen there? Yes, some. Excellent. Here you go. I'm not sure about where this gas vent is, to be honest. I assume this is a kitchen. Oh no, because I don't have a refrigerator in it yet. That's fine. I'm going to put the refrigerator there. There you go. Oh no, we're not going to build it out of sandstone though. What do you think we are? Savages? Game, please. Why have I got so little granite? Is it just because I keep building stuff out of granite? Right, is this going around again? It is. So... Right, how did we do? 2 kilos? 2 kilos. Amazing. Right. Quick. Rebuild those, and then the next thing we're going to do after that is we're going to build metal tiles in underneath. which should hopefully allow us to keep all of the hydrogen in place. Let's see how it goes. Come on, you lot. Come and build my tiles. Oh, it won't tell me how much because I'm on this overlay. Sort of annoying. Not enough is the answer. Lead? What are you doing with lead? Oh, I see. You're just building some power wires. I was briefly concerned. I thought they were building my conductive tiles out of lead, and that would have been terrible. Oh no, they came in synchronicity to come and do the metal tiles. I appreciate that very much. That pleases me no end. 2 kilos of hydrogen in each one. Congratulations, we have a sterile atmosphere. These can go. And we can rebuild the things. Oh, maybe I didn't need to deconstruct the tables? Really? Ah, whatever. Whatever. Okay. This is still not full. So we're waiting on that. We could do with a little sweep in here. Let's try and clear everything up. Get out of the way. Have we built the rails? We have. In which case, we'll just divert this rail and have it no longer go over here. We can leave this one until the things in that drowning pool are dead. Like, it's not the end of the world in any way. That there's some, you know, there's some critters over here. Now what this does mean is that handling the incubators becomes slightly more complicated. We're going to need somewhere else for them to go. Which isn't the end of the world, but it is kind of just one of those things that's true. Oh, we're still going on 1. Oh, you could have told me, Dupes. Dupes. That's the second time I have confused chat and the duplicants today. I don't know what that says about you, chat. I think we're going to do that instead. Right. Printables, let's have a look. What do we got? I mean, we're definitely taking some joyous seeds out of that. The dupes aren't any good. We don't really need an additional hatchling. So, joyous seed it is. Non-renewables for the win. Right, I'm not going to put anything in that yet. Are we going to move all this food over there? I have to wait until this is finished. Excellent. Okay, so stuff is coming along here. That's done. How is our steam coming along? Has not yet formed steam. We've gained about 10 degrees though, so it's not the end of the world. We can... Do I want to save this? Oh, I might do. New blueprint. Can we just blueprint this? Kitchen. In the hope that I remember it next time. Cool. Right, cancel that. One day we'll actually go to space. That day's gonna be today. If I have to speed up the stream a lot, we're gonna do that. I want to get into space today. Somebody doing this? Leofar is in fact doing it as we speak. Amazing. This is refilled, so we can deconstruct that again. We do have uses for this hydrogen, so we are in fact probably gonna take it across here, because we're definitely gonna want to introduce it to the Dracos so that we can improve their coats. Excellent, right. You don't need any more salt water. Let's deconstruct you. I'd like to mop here and all of the stuff that's fallen down there, thanks. Especially because that will interfere with the... What am I saying? It'll interfere with the airflow tiles being actually functional. Which isn't super. And that also means we can build this. Where did you get all the copper to build this stuff? Because you kept telling me you didn't have enough copper. And you seem to have magically found enough copper. Which is interesting. We will make a little bit more though. I think we'll also go back to steel production. Thank you, especially since it's currently too cool in here for power production. I mean, why would we let that happen? Excellent. We are getting our first eggs in here. Also super. We're going to put a door across this to prevent the hatches getting out. I mean, the Sweetles can get out as well, to be fair. And probably Grubs. I think everything can get out. Whether they can get out when they're tiny babies, I don't know. I'm not sure they could. I think they might drown anyway. But it will also ensure that the dupes don't stand in it. Which they will be mad about if they do. So, you know, ideally we'd like them to not do that. Right, you. Now we get the complicated bit where we have to think about which things we want to put in here, and which things we want to put in here, and how all that is controlled. So let's do that. Alright then. Cooking ingredients. Yes. Cooking ingredients get stored over here. Edibles. Raw edibles get stored over here. Especially because the micro musher is on this side, so we definitely don't need any raw edibles that are not here. Oh, I think I might put another fridge here. And I'm gonna make this fridge for stuff that doesn't go off anyway. So we have this. Now, we do want to allow a manual use for this. We want the dupes to actually move this stuff in due course. Lettuce, meal lice, meat, muckroot. Mushrooms, nutrient bars, omelette? No, not omelettes. Omelettes are cooked. They don't go there. Plant meat, spindly grub fruits, and swamp chards. All of those are going to get moved into this fridge, where we are going to make barbecue and pacu fillet forever. Are we going to make the others? Possibly not immediately. What have we got in terms of foodstuffs? We're making enough barbecue, so that seems fine. Now, one of the things we're going to do is we're going to turn this off. And we're also going to deconstruct this. Oh, we might put some lights up in here. I'm not sure we've got... Yeah, we'll have room. We'll have room. There can be lights. Woohoo! And this is going to be for edible muckroot. So I'm going to put the priorities up on this for now, just because I want them to put stuff in it. You can't hit that anyway, to be fair. So this one is going to be, like, it's a 6 because it's a fridge. Yes, no, that's fine. We'll, might put it as a 5. Just because I know, hang on. We need to put this down. And the reason we need to put this down is because the rocket is on the platform. And that rocket... Oh, we haven't set this. And we haven't powered the thing. Oops. Right, come here. Power. And is the temperature above minus 20 degrees C? Then let's go. Okay. The rocket is on the platform, and the rocket on the platform wants to have all non-edible foods in it. So I don't actually want these to be super high priority right now. We will want to be able to keep stuff where the dupes can access it, but we don't need to do that now. We're also going to suppress that, because this will never need to be powered. That is not the point of it. This we're going to put down the amount that we can have in it. And the reason for that is we don't want to keep too much food outside of deep freeze. So that is a thing that we don't want to do. Yeah, it's gonna have to be this one, because this is the one that can't see in here. Alright, none of those. Oh, whoops. Wrong thing. Edibles. This can be a 6. This should be a 6. Right, okay. Edibles. Fried mushrooms, frost buns, crystal berries, barbecue. Exactly like that. Cooked seafood, grub fruit preserve, pickled meal, roast grub nut fruit, all of which is supposed to live in here, which will eventually be cold enough. It's not quite cold enough yet, but we're going to get there. The reason we have filled it with 2 kilos of hydrogen, apart from the fact that it makes a sterile atmosphere, is because if anything goes off, which might happen, like sometimes that happens, stuff goes off, like the polluted dirt can't off-gas, so that will save us a bunch of power. Not power. Pain. Pain when everything goes wrong. That's what we're being saved. The pain of everything going wrong. Have I set this one to... no. We're going to allow manual use for a minute. That's not going to be a permanent thing, but I am looking for them to move this food over there. So in the short term, this is going to be a thing. We'll work out what we do with eggs and how we manage that in a minute. How are we doing? It's refrigerated, it's sterile. This is still working away. It's like, that's 0 in there now, and it's still about 10 in here. This one's coming down, but not as quickly. We'll get there. We are putting a bunch of stuff in it, which doesn't help it reduce in temperature. So things that we can do if stuff goes off in there. One, we can just leave it there forever and never worry about it. But we could also just put a bin somewhere where the sweepers who can see in there can reach. That they can move the polluted dirt into. So it's not in the way. Again, that's, yeah. If you can be bothered, you don't have to. Right. I do want to have oxygen coming in at both sides of the kitchen. Because it's got so many, like, little towers in it, it can be a moderate pain to keep it oxygenated properly. Also, if there's too much, it's not going to be a big deal because it's just going to fall down into here. What do you mean it's 58 degrees C down here? Oh, nuts. Oh, well, that's unhelpful, isn't it? Right. We've got a cooling loop that is being unhelpful. I'm going to make ceramic insulated pipes in both of these. They are unreachable, but we can fix that. I think they should be able to do that here. Oh, they're going to get... That is unfortunate. Well, it's not unfortunate, it's just me not planning it correctly. And to suggest it's unfortunate is like somebody did it to me. Nobody did it to me, I did it to myself. Right. Microbe mushers. We will want to make berry sludge. We're going to set ourselves up to do it forever. We can't actually make any berry sludge, but hey. We will nonetheless set ourselves up to do it forever. We're gonna probably do some pit planting. The other thing we could do is we could bridge straight across. That might be better, even than a ceramic pipe. That might be a better solution. Is to build a ceramic bridge that goes from one side to the other. Because I think if we do that, then there won't be any heat transfer. And that might be a better solution. So we'll get them to build some bridges. And we'll use the good stuff. How's this food doing? Have we got any that's actually over here? No, this is all rot. But there is sucrose. Actually, I want sucrose to go in here. Where is it? Consumable ore. In case we want to, a bit of granite. I'll move them in a bit. In case we want to do a thing. I don't know what the thing is right now. I'll think about what the thing is in a minute. Make grapefruit preserve. That's the thing. That is the thing that we were talking about. Somebody is having a lovely sing-song, which I appreciate. Let me build a granite storage bin on each of these. I don't know if that's got all the granite out. I think it might have. Right, let's cancel that. And then we might try and build a ceramic bin. Yep. So that's a really cheaty way of getting stuff out of there. You just build something with the thing that you want out, and the sweepers will do it for you. Always a big fan of that. Please take that away. Right. Has that improved our temperatures? It is What are we at? What is this at? Doesn't seem to be getting particularly colder. This hydrogen's fluctuating a lot. This hydrogen's at like 5. This hydrogen's at like -4. Alright, let me have a look. These are steel pipes with hydrogen. This hydrogen isn't cold enough. I mean, that's one of the major problems. This, the thermoregulator just doesn't seem to be making it cold enough yet. We'll leave it a little bit and check that it works. Yeah, this is trending down, so it might take a minute, but we should be alright. We should be alright. So the reason I set this to 1 kilo is that I want the dupes to be able to access some food. Because they can't reach in here to get it. But I don't... The dupes are idiots, yeah? So they don't take the food that's about to go off, they take whatever. So you always get some spoilage. Which is annoying, but it's just the way it works. So I prefer to set it on a very low thing so that we don't lose too much stuff. And that's about the best I can do. Right. Oh, at some point we got a printable that I ignored. Let's have a look at them. This is going to be some rust, because none of these are any good. What is your plan to deal with the heat produced by the thermoregulator? My plan is... Oh, nuts. I have messed up my plan, frankly. Because my plan is actually to just cool it with the cooling loop. Because it doesn't produce loads of heat. And we have a active cooling loop. But in order to do that, we need it to have a surface that will actually allow it to radiate the cool out. So we're gonna do a thing. Thank you for asking, Charmich, because this has reminded me that there is a thing that we need to make happen here. Speaking of things we need to make happen, there's another severing we need to do. And that will allow us to deconstruct this gas pipe. Alright, so because we built that one there, we can change this over for granite, which should allow it to transfer heat. As you can see, it's getting quite hot. For one thing, it's been on a lot. Once it cools this down, which it's getting there, this is -9, this one's -1. I think, considering the difference in temperature, we might want to go to -25. But, where is the water? What? Where is the water? Did you destroy the water? Because that's nonsense. That is, as they say, some shit. I mean, if it has destroyed the water, we're just gonna pour it back in, frankly. Carbon dioxide pushed it to the side. But there's only 99 kilos here. And there was 100 kilos per tile. We'll watch this and see what happens. Oh, this one remained. I gotta fix this now. This is important. Can we do this? Can we launch our rocket? Ooh, steam! Steam, chat. We're making steam. The steam's not hot enough yet. but we're getting there. And once the steam is hot enough, we will pump it into the steam. Made geothermal on the tree planet? That's amazing, Charmage. That sounds very cool. I definitely might want to make thermal on this planet. I'm going to set up to make surf and turf here. We can't actually do it yet, but we're definitely going to set up for that. See, look, what did I tell you? They will not eat things in an appropriate order, so the barbecue rotted. Liquid, water, enable auto bottle, go. I don't care how you get it here, get me it here. You've got 3 tungsten volcanoes on your tree planet? Not just on the tungsten planet? Because that's pretty interesting. Oh, I tell you. Let's do a thing. Wow, that's cool. I didn't even know that that could be a thing, to be honest. We're going to put a mesh tile here so the Sweetles can have their ranch again. Yeah, that's going to be... there's a bunch of late game things that I am sort of looking forward to. Excuse you. What is happening with this water? It's just going into this. I mean, that is for sure some nonsense. Let's have a look. There we go. Alright, it sorted itself out. It took a minute, but it got there. Alright, let's get these things out. We can also deconstruct these. Cheers, and that. And that. We can also turn this off and deconstruct that. The tree planet is the only one with tungsten volcanoes. The superconductive planetoid has the niobium volcanoes. Oh, is this on the big map? Yeah. As I say, I haven't really done all of that stuff, so I'm sort of looking forward to it. Only sort of looking forward to it, because I also think that it will be a pain. Why is it warmer in here than it used to be? Are we struggling to... is the... there's no way the water should be too cold. It's very occasionally too cold. But it shouldn't really be too cold. What have I got this set to? 120? Don't know what. 115 is goer. Oh, you're on Moonlit? Fair. Look at it, chat. Look at it. Steam. Steam! Gonna power up a thing. I'm looking forward to it. Right. Speaking of doing a thing. Another thing we're going to do while we're thinking of this is we're going to build another rocket platform. I never used steam rockets, I used sugar. I've been feeding my sugar to my grubs. We were making mud for some reason, which I think is largely a completely waste of time, but we were making some mud, just sort of out of interest, really. And so we've been feeding them sucrose. They will actually probably die out now, because I'm stealing the sucrose. Alright, they might get a tiny bit. So that was why I didn't have a lot of sugar. I hate the carbon dioxide rockets with a deep and abiding passion. And so... steam? I quite like steam. I think steam is fine. Wow, it's losing a lot of temperature. Just in this little travel up here. I suppose it'll heat up the pipe a bit as it goes along. Yeah, the the pipe's still quite cold. But yeah, I sort of like steam. Also, we've got loads and loads of things and stuff. Water. That's the thing and stuff. Right, Camille is going to be the pilot for this rocket. She's going to go into space and do space stuff. Do we need to set anything else up from this right now? I don't think so. Camille is the pilot. I suppose we'll put it on crew. There's nothing going on in here. So let's only let the crew in. We've got a lot of food. Look, we've got quite a lot of food here. So that should keep her going for a little bit. And then when we are ready... Oh, can we set the destination? Is that from here? Change destination. Right. We are going to go to space. Let's go this way to begin with. Whoa, 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 whoa. I don't want to launch. View interior. Camille, are you going to live in here? I don't want you to be in here. Frankly. Change crew. Go away. Go away, Camille. I don't want you in here yet. I am not prepared for you to be in here as of yet. I'm gonna wait until we powered this rocket up. Which I guess we have? Oh, yes, we have. Okay. How are we gonna turn this off? We are gonna set it to like a ridiculous temperature. It's never going above 200 degrees C in here because if it does, I don't know. No, the steam turbine will come on. It'll be fine. Right. So we're powered up. We're venting some steam into space. We can change the crew once again to put Camille back in. Now, we do want to catch Camille on the way. No, that's Leofar. Like Camille, but different. We want to catch Camille on the way so that we can make her take off her suit. I suppose we'll let you get a bit closer to the rocket before we make you take off your suit. Nah, you can just drop it in the rocket. We'll make you drop it in the rocket, it's fine. Right. We can begin the launch sequence, I believe. Let's go in the rocket. Camille, take off your suit. You can wear it again later. And we have gone to space. You're hungry? You should be able to eat. This isn't... Oh, you can't eat the stuff. That's what it is. Consumables. Camille, you need to be able to eat these things. We can, you need to do this, like, forever. And you need to not be told about the fact that that doesn't have power. Because of course it doesn't have power. It's not supposed to have power. Colony, achievement earned. Chat. We have launched our first rocket to space. And with that, we're going to call it a day for today. Camille is going to start some research. We're going to get exciting data banks. What reminds you, Charmich? Neo is going to continue their life of sweeping. And stuff is going to happen in here. Let us go on to my ending soon page so that we all know what's going on. Oh, you got Mind the Gap? God, I'm not looking forward to that one. We need to do that as well. I have certainly never done it. So, that is going to be a thing. Not necessarily a thing that I'm thrilled about. Thank you, Arkayim, for the subscription at the very last moment. 24 months. You have upgraded your Shinebug to a Slickster, even. Not only upgraded your Shinebug, but you have a Slickster. It's not your fault at all, Arkayim. No worries. So you get a Slickster. You do have 6 months to wait until you get the next one, unfortunately. But thank you so much for all your continued support. It is very worthwhile, and it's an excellent segue into the idea that you too can support the channel, including for free with Amazon Prime, or directly through the tip me links in the about, or you can subscribe, or you can give bits, you can do all the stuff. Let's have a look and see if something exciting is happening in the world of Twitch that we would like to go and see. Why don't we go and see GC? Seems a good Friday night. We can go and look at GC, who is doing the Water Planetoid and Sour Gas Boilers 5 and 6. GC is still attempting to get the most possible duplicants, which is largely insane, but should be good fun for you all. So come with me to see GC Fungus. Say hi to him for me. Why won't you find him? There we are, because I don't know how to spell his name. Excellent. Have a lovely weekend, everyone. You can support Max by supporting Max. You can support me by turning up and chatting with me, and going to the Discord and following me on Twitter and all of that sort of jazz. It is all very much appreciated. We are off to GC Fungus. Have a fantastic weekend, everyone. I will see you on Monday for more All Achievements on a